Lamalapas playing on the other side. So the both of the two players who will be playing will be eliminated. So the bottom two players from each of the matches will be eliminated from the tournament. So on the upper side, we have already at least the results of people who have qualified to the semi-finals from the upper bracket. So one of the finals that will be played after these set of matches will be Deska, Jonaclan, Bits, and Mime. I think that will be the spiciest match that we'll be checking out also afterwards of this one. Then the second match will be between Caspo Forever, Bresso, and Auris. So that will be the second semi-final we'll be playing that will not be played on stream. But that will be just after this one. So this will be the early first rounds. We're still setting up, so all the players are still warming up again, so we all getting all the things set up. So hopefully there will be no major technical issues, as we had most of them have been resolved most of the during the break. So hopefully don't be an issue. So in this event we'll be playing on let's just say a bit unique format that has not been really played at Trackmania that often, which is the reverse cup mode. Reverse cut mode basically that the players do start with a specific amount of points. We'll be starting with 100 points. So the first place in each round will get -3, second place gets -5, third place gets -7, and the last place gets -10. And if the player does not finish, they will get -15. So those will be the points that will be distributed during the match. So the main thing is like similar way as the regular cup mode, so where the bottom two positions will be eliminated off the event. Now we can slowly switch on to the in-game screen so we can see all the results. Players also warming up as well for the event. Now before we're going to be starting quite soon. So if you double check. So waiting all the confirmation from all of the admins and we'll be probably starting out. So the players in this match will be, so it's going to be Boink, who actually had the longest trip here from Netherlands. Ziren, Bivegas, and Abs. Abs is actually one of the players who actually hasn't played the new game that much. Has qualified to the event from the open qualifiers, just barely snaking into the top 16 in the end. So he did come from the lower side, so since he was in the bottom two positions, but hopefully it will be all good. Maybe he'll pull off a potential upset. So the other players is Ziren, one of the youngest players we have here today. So that will be when, probably currently it's not running, so it was still like waiting for everything to start. So meanwhile, Bivegas is also one of the bit more known people in the Lithuanian scene. He's actually the highest rated player in the Baltic Trackmania player ranking, who has, let's just say, the player who's ranked the highest without having a team. And Ziren has been a bit of an up-and-comer from the Lithuanian scene, very young player as well, only 14, 15 years old. Same with Boink. Boink as well, only 14 years old as well. They traveled here as well, but also kind of was on the barely qualified, but they'll make it. They will pull some upsets here and there. There's like a bit consistency, which is kind of needed in this format, but of course, awesome LAN experience coming on for the first time is gonna be also a very awesome thing. But we also met with some people that we were here and had a really good time knowing a lot of like just knowing some people within the scene, and seeing them, especially if it's been after the whole COVID era ended. But on this side, we will have all these lower bracket matches played out. So the other match will also be started at the same time. So the another match, to remind, we will have. So the match will have Fisio, Zinc, Witten, and Lamalapas. So Fisio is actually the only real player at the event. It was kind of a bit surprising to see that it's not, let's just say, real players are not the breed that are quite often who play the game, but thankfully everything will be going well for him. He also was one of the had this sick underdog story on qualifying to the top 16. So we'll see how will all go out. Still waiting for the match admins to start all the things that are needed. Meanwhile, we do some warm-up rounds on couple of the maps. I'll get all the things ready. We should be starting in around 1 minute after all the players have warmed up. I'll be starting our match. So yeah, Cam has joined the server. He'll be starting the match soon. We'll be on our way. So the bottom two players from this match will be eliminated from the tournament, and the top two players will be moving on to the lowers bracket run. So under this format, the main thing is like you don't really want to be last. It's quite punishing. We spoke with some of the players. It's feel like getting last, let's just say, is really, you can really feel it in terms of the points placement. Because if you're last, you get minus 10 points. And if you do not finish, you get even minus 15. But getting like one first and second is very, very needed under this format because it kind of gives you that extra safety net to just survive. Then when all the points will be ran out, if the player who will be last while having this, let's just say, be in the dead zone or have reverse finalist, they'll be eliminated from the match, will be securing the last position in the match. But the bottom two players in the early brackets will be the main people who will need to be eliminated. So the top two will, let's just say, survives the match, and it looks like we'll be soon starting with the matches. Seems like Boink is also ready. All the Lithuanians are ready. And we'll be starting the first lower bracket match. Alright, so we'll be finally starting the match. We'll be starting on Passion by Deska. One of the more straightforward maps, I would say, at the part. There's a lot of some parts, I would say it has the only ice parts, but it's more like used just for transition, so not needed for all of the ice slides and all that needed. But yeah, this will be the very first map that will be played in this match. So all the players will be starting with 100 points. So it's we have seen a lot of like the inconsistencies coming from one side. So so we'll see on who will be coming out from this match and will still keep alive in the tournament. So far from the last match that we did saw, Zidan was looking one of the favorites, as he was looking quite in a close fight for that upper semi-final, where he only one round by both being in the reverse finalist, both with him and Kaspa. He was the person who did manage to get a mistake and go out due to that in the round. We will see how that will be playing out afterwards. But yeah, after this match, we'll be playing the upper bracket match. Most likely on the main broadcast, we'll be looking at the Jonaclan, Bits, Mimes, and Deska's match. But at the moment, we'll be looking at the lower. So anyway, match will be starting the first round on the lowers bracket. So the bottom two players coming out of this match will be eliminated from the tournament between Apps, Boink, Ziren, and B-Vegas. So maybe some who are a bit like older, maybe know Destiny, who is also under the name Apps, used to play also in Team Wasp in TMNF, has not been that used to the new game, but Hills has managed to snap his position to qualifying into the end. Seems like Zidan being as the main favorite in the match, already taking a pretty noticeable lead, falling by Vegas. Boink having quite a bit of an oversteers in the early parts of the match, loses quite a bit of an exit speed due to that. Seems like it's a bit more of a fight for that third place between Boink and Apps. Ziren builds up a very solid lead so far, getting him in only -3 points. B-Vegas has to oversteer. He literally gets a nose-slide, gets overtaken by Apps and Boink at the very end. Apps gets a bit more of a very safe approach, doesn't have enough speed, but still managed to snipe in the second place. And Ziren will take the -3 at the early start. And B-Vegas will actually be the person with that nose-slide and a small mistake at the water part, will be taking the early -10 as well. So it does seem like on the early signs that Ziren is one of the favorites coming from this match. So Apps is a bit more tech-focused player. There have been a lot of since the meta of mapping has kind of changed to a bit more mixed style or use of multiple surfaces. It has adapted to a way where he's not that used to most of them. But also on tech sides, he should be managing to catch up, and other points he might have some struggles here and there. Early on, B-Vegas with the early mistake. He didn't look that great previously, but Ziren with a solid start so far. Boink in second place, Apps in third. Vegas with the early mistake, quite big gap so far. Abs with a bit nicer exit speed on overtake on Boink. Actually, one fun fact about Boink is actually playing on cam 3, so we actually have three players at the event as well. So that's something that's also not that often being played between some of the players, but kind of awesome to see also in person. But so far, it seems like Ziren is taking Abs with a small touch, very crucial part, especially before the free wheel part. And Vegas will actually snipe Abs for that third place, and will give Abs that -10. Boink gets a -5 in the end, gives a bit more safety net. Because also, main thing with this format is just to be consistent. So a lot of mistakes are popping up here and there, especially due to pressure and a bit of like these, let's just say, the shakiness of the LAN and playing in such an environment when there's a bunch of people watching you in real life behind your back as well. So far, seems like Ziren is definitely trying to have a bit more safe match so far. Boink actually now fighting for the top positions. Abs in third place. Vegas again with a shaky start, minor mistake early on. Abs in third place, only 0.2 difference. At the top, we have Boink and Ziren fighting for those early slots. Abs with very nice exit speed coming out of the part. Bit of an early touch, mile oversteer. Actually did not touch the wall right there. Ziren with currently leading, second place. Boink only 0.2 behind. There's 0.2 gap. Ziren clipped the side. Boink is going into the lead due to that. Abs is currently in second place, so both two kind of bit of the underdogs, I would say, from this match. Oh, very close. Boink full risk it, managed to get a small break tap at the end, but survives with the -3. And Abs gets the second place. Vegas with even mistake, and Ziren looks like it's fully out. Oh no, sorry. He did manage to finish, because under this format, if you do not finish, you get -15. Where already some players saw that the -10 already is quite punishing already. And due to that, Boink is now going into the lead with most points still left in the match. So Ziren is with second place. Vegas despite having potentially one of the fastest players in the field, does have let's just say, a lot of inconsistencies due to that. Seems like Ziren is the bit more pop-up player. However, Boink is also kind of surprising us here and there. Swaps with a minor touch, and early on, due to that, messes up his gear as well. So Boink currently in third place, going for the potential overtake on Vegas. Ziren with a comfortably. Vegas straight to inside line. It's like a very close fight for that second place so far. Abs is a bit behind. Seems like Vegas in the third place, gets a water wheel, slides out, still maintains momentum from the part in the water. Oh, Abs with a very shaky end as well. Ziren touches the side, very close. Boink has a lot of speed. Vegas takes it, and actually Boink snipes the first place. Vegas in second place, and Ziren with a minor mistake still maintains the third place. Very, very close round with a very nice comeback from Boink coming there as well. But Abs with a bunch of mistakes, just all them just popped up together, and due to that he gets -10. Boink starting to have a bit more stable match, getting a nice lead as well above the Lithuanians. So we might see potentially even 2 Lithuanians exiting out of the match at the end. So coming on Rose Raid is one of the maps where it's, let's just say there are certain parts where it's just very tight and there's only one type of approach that you need to take. And if you don't have enough good enough setup for certain parts of turns, for example right here, you can clip it and absolutely just go out completely of the round. So it's gonna be, let's just say, not so much pace-based, I feel like at this point in this match, but more like who will survive. Also at this part, very tight gap, very easy. It might not be that visually identifying, but some of the slopes here and there are really making the toss up on some of the sides and can completely throw you off the map basically at that point. Also with the end, there's a part where I don't know if people will be going for this part, but especially some of the top players will be doing a small air brake while going to the risky fin and trying to get so-called water bounce, because it's a tiny bit faster than getting the full grip on the water. So anyways, we're going to be starting our first round on Rose Raid by Mephisto. We'll be playing on four rounds on this part, so we'll have Sion Pool. So currently Boink is in leading part with 83 points into his pocket. With Ziren and Vegas are at 70. Seems like Boink with a small early mistake. Ziren with not the best approaches puts Abs and Vegas in 1-2 positions so far. Abs is currently leading the race above Vegas. 1.2 gap between the top two players. Then looks like Boing did a small bonk right there. And it's now already 2 seconds behind first place. Abs with a Sherry Shaky, that was talking about those invisible inclines. Gets thrown off the side. Vivegas goes in the lead, gets a bit of an oversteer, loses all of the speed. Abs just comes back due to that. Ziren is on just behind him. All gets a very wide line due to that. With the approach, barely makes the jump as well. Abs, despite having quite shaky round, is still in the leading part. Same with Ziren in second place. It looks like even Boing, despite having a very big mistake at early on, looks like Ziren got the water bounce. So yeah, only 58.5 being the winning time. Quite far from the world record, but like every single player made a mistake. So this was I was talking about early on the map. This map is like, just one thing goes wrong and you're completely forced off the line that you're supposed to take. And due to that, it just snowballs all the time. So yeah, due to those, let's just say a bit of a mashup of a round, due to that Ziren gets a tight points now with Boing. Ziren gets a small lead. Vivegas in fourth place, relatively close round. So far, only 0.3 difference between all the players. No one's going for the inside grip. You can take an inside grip from that black part to get a bit more extra speed. Vivegas does clip, a very unfortunate part before the freewheel part. Loses a bunch of speed. Boing gets an unfortunate line there, gets thrown off the side. There's a pretty like 0.5 gap between the top two players. Now Ziren gets a comfortable lead with 0.5, but he touches the side and allows Abs for a potential overtake due to that. And now Boink is in second place, as there's a close fight now for the third place, now for those -10 points. Vivegas hits the side clips, unfortunately. Abs with a very safe approach at the end, still managed to finish off while being even, let's see, upside down, it seems like it from my perspective. And Boink gets the -5, a bit of fiesta of a round on this map, but Ziren in third place, and Vivegas then last with -10 in the end. Yeah, there is some drone racing actually. Actually, it's quite far off, but it's quite loud. Let's just say like that. On the spot as well. So Ziren with an early mistake puts him out of the round. Potential -10 point position at the end of the round. You know, there's a very nice fight for getting only those -3 points that give you that extra security field for especially during out the match. So currently Abs, Vivegas and Boink are very close, only 0.03. Boink gets a small touch, Abs gets forced to the outside line. Boink gets a nice overtake. Now Vivegas now in second place, small oversteer, gets very close, might get a pinball bonk from this side, but Boink is still leading in the first place. Vivegas is kind of close as well, definitely needs those extra security points that he needs to get so it doesn't get too big of a penalty coming out every single round. As Boink still seems to secure it on being the match leader so far. Gets the water bounce, gets the low side of water bounce, gets the solid 58 once, as being like, seems like that's the consistency side. The world record here is around like 56, so the time difference is kind of big. But like I said, this map is more about surviving at this point than trying to push it for the pace. But yeah, a bit of a round for Vivegas, starting to, let's just say, reduce the points difference and points gap between the rest of the players. I think when the points gap is going to be really, really close, then for those elimination parts of the match, they'll be definitely coming a bit more spicier at the very end as well. So no early mistakes so far. Of course. Of course I had to say that, yeah. No early mistakes, then we get like a synchronized mistake from two of the players also, yeah. Typical caster's curse moment. So at the moment we have Ziren and Vivegas in the 1-2 so far. Ziren is leading with the Vivegas in second place. A pretty close gap so far. Only 1.1 difference. Vivegas with a nicer approach. Might get a bit more speed than Ziren. Another player spawn. Bit of an over-adjustment by Vivegas. Loses a lot of speed on the exercise. Clips the side. Goes for the safe part. Even allows Abs to overtake due to that. Boink is still at the bottom of the barrel here, might get the -10 despite being the race leader, so that will definitely spice up the field as Ziren gets the first place with -3, Abs with second -5, Vivegas with -7, and Boink gets the -10. So Vivegas still, despite having a potentially good round, that small clip is let's just say it's getting a bit closer, since now all the top three is 54, 52, 52, and 42. So we might see a quadruple reverse finalist maybe at the end, maybe. Would be really nice. But yes, the bottom two players from this match will be eliminated from the tournament. So the people who will basically lose a round will be in the finalist start, will be eliminated from the whole tournament. And especially since the points, or let's just say a life bar, I guess you can say it like that, is kind of close. So due to that, let's just say I think we might see a lot of like the pressure breakers coming in. We already saw that on Ziren's and Kaspa's match. Like as soon as the match ended, both of them were very, very shaky, like IRL. And I think that's the stuff that you can't usually see, like behind the monitor, like how the players are actually feeling. Like, and I'll say this, sometimes seeing people mauled, it gives like the best reactions, I would say. But yeah, on this map it will be auto counter by Skifrik and Nixotica. So a bit more dirt heavy map this time around. There is one part that's gonna be kind of tricky to get at the very start. It can give a small upper edge if they get it really, really nice. But other than that, it's gonna be quite straightforward map. It's more about getting the outside lines for most parts. Just trying to keep it consistent as well as get an early touch by, I believe it was Apps. Oh, Bivega's unfortunate speed penalty right there. Even gets close in. Now the whole field is split in two parts. However, Apps gets a very nice exit speed coming out of the tech turn. And even catches up to Boink. Ziren gets a very nice dominant lead. That was, it seems like, wait, Boink made a mistake? Yeah, he did. And Boink made a mistake early on, and that puts him at the -10 position. He is the current race leader. However, small mistakes here and there got them those -10 and made him lose a bit as well due to that. Ziren is now currently leading. Apps in second place, very wide line there, very awkward approach, I would say. Whereas Bivegas should be kind of close, as the gap is only 0.3, but some stuff can still happen at the very end. A very good approach by Bivegas can get, as well as Apps gets on very unfortunate approach. Seems like a close round. We have seen some bonks here and there, but it will be still a solid -5 for Bivegas. Ziren gets a nice -3, and I believe this will allow Ziren to now go into the lead of so-called security points, and it will be with 49 as Boink will drop down to 44, and Bivegas will be at 37. So it's already really, really close. So there's a very good chance we get some interesting matchups happening at the final parts of the match. But we might see like triple or quadruple finalist, reverse finalist as well. Ziren with a very, very shaky start, still managed to keep it in. Boink is currently leading at the early parts. All three Lithuanians are closely packed. Boink went way too wide there. Actually, Boink plays with camera 3, so probably that part seemed a bit weird from his side. So a lot of people are getting a small oversteers at the very end parts. Bivegas is now going into the league. Boink in second place, Apps in third place. Ziren with a bit early mistake. Spell gets bunked. Boink gets a bit of airtime, gets forced in a weird, awkward line. Bivegas currently is leading, followed by Apps. Apps tries to risk it for the outside line, gets a bit unlucky and touches the side. Very nice other parts from Ziren, gets caught up to Boink now currently. Bivegas now currently in the league. Boink gets a nice approach right in front of Ziren. Bivegas crashed out the end. Boink actually sniped Ziren at the very end. Ziren secures second place. Unlucky end. Even Bivegas gets last with a -10. That could have been such a nice round, especially since it was last place in terms of total points. But Taps still snipes even Bivegas at the very end. So just having a quite straightforward end, the good old LAN jiggers just come on and just, you know, despite having like, it's like in Rocket League having an open net. It seems like an open road, and you know, something just doesn't go like add up, and you just get put into more pressure than usual. Looks like two early mistakes, both from Boink and from Apps. So it's a two-people race at the top. Where is Boink? How far is he? Boink is very, very far. Hopefully he will be able to finish. He's currently 8 seconds behind, while Apps is at the moment at 2.5. Seems like there's a very nice fight at the top between Ziren and Bivegas for those -3. So Bivegas had a very nice start previously, but had a very unfortunate end where he bumped the finish, and due to that, let's just say, left past the rest of the players. Ziren at the moment early on leading with a potential -3. potentially put him in a very more, let's just say, comfortable leading position. That's no shot. Well, he went for a very majestic backflip, I guess, in the end. And Bivega snipes the needed -3 as he now keeps smiling about the situation, having a good laugh about the moment as well. But yeah, Boink in -3, even Apps gets overtakes Ziren in the end. But yeah, Boink now actually in the danger zone a bit as now, was currently leading. But yeah, Ziren still in the lead. Apps now in second place, Boink and Bivegas are now the biggest part of the danger zone. No early mistakes from the early on. Bit of a shaky start from Apps. No other major mistakes so far. Small release by Bivegas, trying to adjust his line. There's a bit of extra speed due to that. Ziren increases the lead. Adjustment line by Bivegas allows Apps and Boink to overtake. Ziren does lose the gear, while everyone else keeps the gear, gets a bit more extra speed due to that. Apps gets overtaken due to that. Boink is leading, following by Bivegas in second place. Apps is very, very close in third as well. So it's a very close fight in the top 3. Ziren is very close in fourth as well. Finally, we get a close round finally. Boink going for the outside line, gets a nice approach, thus keeps the gear. Apps loses the gear, gets a nice inside line, maintains the momentum. Bivegas trying to cap on outside line, Ziren trying to attack from inside, gets a minor clip, nothing too crazy. Boink with a small touch, loses the top 3 position. Seems like Apps gets a proper line, and he makes the Ziren snipes even with a small, just a small clip inside ahead of Bivegas, and finally get a good round on this map. Even Boink having a small touch, we still put it in a very close matchup. But yeah, Apps now puts himself in a very nice position with like Ziren and Apps putting with potentially like 3 lives overall. But very nice round finally, and nice to see at the event. So now we're coming on Resco. Resco is kind of straightforward map. There is one part that kind of is very gear heavy. So there will be one part where you can players can potentially do a 0.5 times save while trying to maintain a gear. But we'll see what that happens. Seems like on this match, especially like the early matches at the event, it's more about surviving the rounds, not by trying to keep up the pace. I think we'll see like way more closer, more fancier rounds, especially in the next, in the upcoming matches after this one. So yeah, so this is the part where Bivegas will be. This will be kind of one of the crucial parts because this is a very weird tech exit, and we have seen a lot of mistakes coming out from this part. We have seen some double mistakes here and there. So we will see, that might be the part where we see some interesting comebacks coming at the very end. So that is kind of low-key, like a very basic, I would say, identity coming outside of the event, but we'll see how this go on this map. So currently coming on this map, Ziren is with 32, Apps with 30, Boink with 21, and Bivegas with 17. So with this format, one thing you can kind of keep in mind is like, so each like, not like every 10 points is kind of like an extra life, I guess you can say like that. Where being like one dead digit away can put you in a bit of a safety net, especially if you get -10 on the final parts. Now let's just say the pressure comes in. In this round, currently Ziren is leading, but a small touch gets overtaking now Bivegas and Apps due to excess speed. Boink with an early mistake as well. Ziren still maintains his third place. This is the whole part about maintaining the gear. Seems like Apps had a bit unfortunate exit. Ziren did lose the gear, didn't maintain it, didn't get the upper gear. What was that plastic bounce? So Ziren gets an unfortunate touch from the inside. Apps is still leading the round, falling by Bivegas in second place. Gets a very weird line, still maintains the speed, gets a barely snipes you probably with a hair in between that part and the wall, but he still maintains the first place, gets in -3 and gives a solid. Also Bivegas gets a -5 that's kind of needed, as it gives just more just more points lost for Boink and Ziren. Ziren is actually the person who was leading currently, so it's at 22 points. Apps getting the -3 definitely puts him on a security part. Actually, this was the round where Apps did manage to qualify at the very end in a very close round between him and Fisio, I believe, but Fisio, due to some people not able to attend, was given the opportunity to come. So it's kind of one of the better maps for Apps in this regard. So currently Bivegas and Boink are both at 12 and 14 points, so they're the closest players, potentially only 2 or 3 rounds away from being eliminated, as Boink has an early mistake. Ziren currently leading the field, following Vegas and Apps in the second and third place. We have seen some no slides here and there, but seems like all players get an auto slide coming out from the jump. Ziren currently leading, we'll see some upper gear, gets a lower gear intentionally maybe. Loses due to that for Vegas, who does maintain the gear. Seems like Boink gets a very good gearing, manages to catch up. Abs gets the upper gear, goes ways too past Vegas. Now Vegas gets a way better exit speed, comes in down to Ziren even. Seems like Boink as well is not too far off. Seems like no mistakes coming from the exit side. Seems like Abs is the player. Vegas gets a very awkward exit. Seems like it's going to be a solid 1-2-3 while Ziren taking first place, Vegas in second, and Abs in third. And Boink will be in fourth place. So Boink is only 4 points left, and he'll be entered into reverse finalists. So if he wants to get the, let's just say, a bit more security, Boink really needs to win the next round, and Vegas needs to not basically be in the top 2 if he doesn't want to be put in the danger zone so far as well. Well, Abs and Ziren on a relatively comfortable 20 and 19 points respectively. So Boink really needs to get a win in this round, just to increase his safety net in the match. Keep in mind, bottom 2 players, Abs gets a no slide, very nice Neo to fix it. It loses a bit still. Vegas currently leading, we'll see how the gears are being maintained. Seems like Abs gets the upper gear, tries to get it, he gets the upper gear, gets a good speed coming out of the part, gets a very awkward setup due to that. Seems like a very close round, Vegas clips. They're all very, very close. Vegas loses a lot of extra speed due to that. Ziren currently leading, following by Abs. Boink needs to do a small release, gets put in the last place just due to that. Abs and Ziren currently one place. Ziren goes for the outside line. Seems like Ziren will be maintaining the lead, and Boink will be in last place. Ziren will get a -3 both. Bottom 2 positioners, and actually a bit unfortunate for Vegas as he just barely snipes in that reverse finalist part. So we have double reverse finalists. So the player, either if Vegas or Boink get last place, and if either Boink or Vegas get bottom 2, they will be eliminated from the whole tournament. So that's the places where they definitely don't want to be. Meanwhile, Ziren and Apps have a bit of a safety net with 15 and 16 points each. Ziren having a comfortable lead. Very close fight between Abs, Vegas, and Boink. They definitely don't want to go home right now. This is a very decisive round for them. It's a bit of a lower gear from Boink's side. Vegas very close on the bottom pack as well. Abs is very close to that. That's kind of like the main player. Both Vegas and Boink really want to snipe to still stay in the match. Ziren is quite far ahead in top positions. Vegas a bit behind. Small adjustment there by Boink. He still maintains in third place. Where is Vegas? Ziren has unfortunate touch, still managed to first lean. Looks like Vegas will be, no, he gets a lot of extra speed. Jeez. And it's Vegas who almost sniped Boink, but Boink is still in, and Vegas will be eliminated from the tournament. It was very, very close on sniping it. So it's now all on just one player, and we'll be actually switching maps due to that. So sadly, Vegas will be out of the tournament. So we have still 3 players, Ziren, Abs, and Boink, who are still left in this match. Of course, at the moment, Boink is looking on the, I'll just say, on the biggest side of danger zone. If he just gets last in a round, he will be eliminated from the tournament. But he can still try to get the top 2 positions. Let's just say sunk down both Ziren and Abs. Trying to pull them down, pressure them to finalist. Because I think there's definitely going to be some mistakes happening if that does happen. Boink has been a bit coming as well, having a bit some consistency issues. And it's kind of going to be crazy since this map is very consistency based as well. Especially there's a bit of, you kind of, I guess you can call it as an identity, where you can even risk it, get an, let's just say, extra grip in the middle parts of the map, where you can skip the dirt country a bit, keep a lot of momentum, get a low jump onto the ramp, and due to that, it's possible to get that extra speed, but it can be really, really, really costly due to that. So anyways, coming out on the next round, this might be the potentially final round for Boink. Boink just needs to not be last, basically. And he will be still out, trying to drain both Ziren and Abs from their points, trying to just lower them, push them to the bottom side. And close push them into the finalists. So Ziren has a nice lead, so it seems like between Boink and Abs so far, but one mistake from either the Lithuanians can still give the opportunity to the Dutchman. Ziren with a comfortable lead. Abs is now in a small base. Very nice adjustment by Boink there. Keeps to save it. Does lose a bit of momentum. Abs gets a nice, jumps way too high. Where is Boink? I can't find him. Oh no. Cameras. Boink is still kind of close though. Very close. Abs gets unfortunate airtime. Still, maybe if he gets a nice exit line, he gets a bit of exit speed. So this might be the decisive part. He gets a nice, very close, but very close. Boink gets more speed. Abs did clip it, and Boink is still in. Abs with -7 points, barely survives. Boink barely survives still in the race. But yeah, -7 points for Abs. So if Abs, basically, yeah, it's now very, very close. Boink still needs to hold on. He can potentially send either Abs or Ziren home as well. So it's just all about trying to just keep consistent, at least sniping just one player to keep on into the tournament. Managed to maintain the gear. Ziren with a nice lead. Abs with a shaky start. Basically, Abs just needs to survive this round and he will still be in. Very shaky lengths coming from both Boink and Abs. Definitely the pressure is starting to come in. Not that much exit speed coming from Boink. He does get the inside line though, gets that extra speed. Gets a nice low jump as well as Abs have to oversteer. At the end, loses a whole 0.4 at the end. Well, Ziren is like completely out of the game, just like doing his own thing. Abs has a minor touch, and we might see double reverse finalist at the very end. So the top two players will be, well, basically the bottom two players from this match will be eliminated, while the top two will be still keeping alive in the tournament. So it's gonna be really, really close as we have double reverse finalists coming into this match. Ziren is quite comfortable, still 7 points, but if Ziren gets basically if Ziren gets last, then we will have triple reverse finalists. So that's also a scenario that can happen. So it's all upon both Abs and Boink trying to snipe Ziren. As actually Ziren is also a bit of pressure due to that. However, it's way less than both Boinks and Abs. Unfortunate gear. He does lose the Abs loses the gear, loses quite a bit. It looks like Boink has a good start of the round as he's together fighting with both him and Ziren. 0.5 difference, quite a bit of an oversteer coming from Abs. Small break tap coming from the other side as well. 0.8 difference with him and race leader. Small mistake from either Ziren or Boink can still toss it from the other side and give Abs still more tournament life as well. Ziren starting to increase his lead, so a mistake will be very obvious. It seems like Abs will be having a mistake, so there's a good chance that Boink, despite having been so long, quite the lower side, Boink has a small mistake, loses a lot of exit speed though, but the back gap is quite huge still. So small mistake, photo pressure comes and it looks like a small touch and Boink still survives. Abs gets eliminated, Boink survives, managed to clutch it out in the end. Quite unfortunate for Abs, but it will still be Ziren and Boink who will be continuing on with the tournament, and due to that we'll have to say goodbyes to Vegas and Abs in the tournament. So very nice clutch there from Boink, and I think it was a very, very cool experience like that. Maybe we can get Boink to come on stream if you're interested, if you wanna talk about how was the match like. Yeah, you can just go over here and then like we can give it to you. So awesome. So how was your feelings? You were so long just still staying on that finalist, still barely surviving it. Not getting those first places, but still going out of that bottom places. You can...
Yeah, it was very stressful. I think the first half of the match I was doing pretty consistent times, getting some first, second places. I think I was almost the whole time in first place. Then I got some maps I didn't really like, played bad on them, especially the last two. But at least I managed to finish second the last round, because I think if I got third, I would have dropped out of it.
That was really, really close as well, since like it was such a close round between you and Apps at the very end. Vegas as well. So there were some really, really close rounds between you and him. So what are your now expectations? Can you maybe even survive the maybe next round as well, or how's the competition comparing to you, or like how do you see yourself doing further in the event?
I think I'm now doing way better than the first match. So if we can hold that for the third one, I think I can do pretty good in the next match.
Oh, we have a bit of microphone issue, but other than that, I think it's gonna be so. So yeah, will be third doing the upper semi-finals, where we'll have a match between on stream. It's gonna be between Mime, Deska, Jonaclan, and Bits. So that's gonna be a really, really sick match to watch. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us for now. So definitely stay tuned. Oh. adjusted the format like that, and due to that, like we have seen some interesting surprises coming out from this kind of format. But yeah, the first match that we'll be watching will be the Deska Jonathan Fitz and Mime. The other match that will be played off stream, that's all on the side here, is Kaspa Forever, Bresso, and Auris. So these are kind of deciding matches because the top 2 players from all of these matches will be qualified to play on stage in the winners finals. The bottom 2 will still not be eliminated, but they'll be playing in the loser side against the players that will play after this set, which are the people who managed to win the early loser semifinals, so we're playing against the losers from these matches. If you have any additional questions, you can do !bracket in the chat, and that will allow to give an extra info on who will be playing out, how each other placed, and these kind of updates. So at the moment we're just currently being set up, so all of the players are already, well, not all of them. At the moment just Mime is in the server while we all still set things up. So maybe we can, so yeah, both of the players are actually on our side, so we have a bit of a break before. So some of the people were like a bit wondered out, so maybe we could not get them on the interview just right now. But we can still, guess wait, seems like Mime, Deska already joining, still doing a small warm-up. Is everything good there? All right, finally should be good now. Mic issue, all good, all good. At least not a skill issue, it's all fine. It's all done, it's all fine, should be good, should be good. So either way, we're gonna be back. So at the moment, we'll be doing the winners semi-final. So it will be Mime, Bits, Johan, and Deska who will be the players on stream. On the other side, there is Bresso, Auris, Forever, and Kaspa, who will be on the winner side. So that match will be played off stream, but will be happening at the same time. So Bits currently is warming up. Everyone's waiting for Bits to join in. So yeah, at the moment, before that, we had the loser side that was played out. In the losers loser semi-finals, or as we called it, the minor semi-finals. The first few eliminated players are Apps and Bivegas from Lithuania, from the match that we already witnessed. And the other match that we saw that was not played on stream was where Fisio, the real player, got eliminated, and Lama Lapas, which is a bit more like an ice-focused player. It was awesome to see still new faces also coming to the event as well as a whole. So yeah, slowly we're getting all things set for the upcoming matches. So I would say this is definitely one of the spicier matchups so far. So the winner, top two players from this match will be qualified to play on stage tomorrow. The bottom two will be playing still on the loser side. So also the other off-stream, the off-stream match winners also be qualified to play on the stage in the winners finals from their side as well. Now it will seem like most of the players are slowly getting ready now. And then we will slowly start with the match. So this will be definitely one of the more stacked matchups. Johan actually was a player who came in here very, very early and did a lot of practice here to just get used to the whole environment. We did made a small, Twitter post that some of these PCs actually can run up to 1000 FPS. And, let's just say it's not an environment that most of us are so used to, because we kind of got a bit overwhelmed by the setup. how will all this will be play out at the end then. So yeah, anyways, they're going to be starting off, oh, we're not starting off yet. We're still doing the final setups. So either way, we're just going to be starting the first semi-final. So the top 2 players from this match will be going on stage tomorrow. And the bottom 2 will be sent to the lowers bracket. So at the moment, the kind of 3 favorites for potentially winning the whole event, Mime, Deska, and Bits are playing this match. Johan has been a bit of like an underdog, I would say. Hasn't been the fastest ones, but has been definitely cashing in on the consistency. He did a lot of practice before, like coming here early just to get used to the environment. And that has definitely benefited. Like he also placed second. We did like a scrim before the whole event started, where we had like an 8-player reverse cup mode being played, and he actually placed second in that scrim match. So we'll see how this goes. So this format, since we're doing the reverse cup mode, this format really favors consistency. And most of the people here are starting to up the pace. So it's not going to be more like just surviving the runs, but it's actually trying to push for the pace a bit. Johan has been a bit cashing in on the fact that, you know, a lot of people have been making mistakes here and there. And I think he gets a bit pressure since he's playing against a TMGL player, an ex-TMGL player who is quite dominant in the regional events in his region, also aka Bits. And Deska, who's also not too shabby at the game, has been really good at tech events and dirt events, and also has been very involved in the mapping scene. Actually, we're currently playing on his map as well at the moment. So yeah, either way, we're going to be starting off the match. The last few seconds of the warm-up will be starting on the winners semi-final. So the top 2 players will going to the on-stage parts tomorrow. Bottom 2 will be going to the losers bracket matches that will be played after this set of matches. So we'll start off in this match. We have Mime, Bits, Johan, and Deska. So we have 2 Poles, a Lithuanian, and a Danish player. So far, looking at that, Mime probably is the biggest favorite from all of these guys, definitely. But I think we can see some fancy upsets happening here and there, as Mime was looking kind of shaky in some matches beforehand. But we'll see how it will go today. So Mime currently leading, following Bits in second place. Deska is also kind of up there. Had to break at the end. Also a bit of consistency. Johanna being a bit slower on side. Almost caught up, had a bit of an oversteer at the end. Now Mime gets a bit of a stable first position. Bits in second place, Deska in third, and Johan in fourth. Currently pretty noticeable gaps coming down to the end. Seems like Mime will be starting off the match with his first round win. Getting the first -3 out of the players. Bits with -5, Deska -7, and Johan with -10. So when we spoke with some of the players like behind the scenes, they said that like -10 is really noticeable. And we'll see how that will go, how will maybe impact like mentally as well then. Johan with the early mistake. Probably the pressure is starting to get to him a bit. Early mistake from Mime as well. Now currently it's a 1-2 fight between Bits and Deska. Deska also trying to risk for the outside line. Bits is coming in close with the inside line, having a bit of a 1v1 for the top 2 positions, as both Mime and Johan are having a bit behind. Currently Bits is leading, currently very following close by Deska. Deska gets a nice no slide there, gets a bit more extra speed, goes for the overtake on Bits. Johan is bit chugging along in the backside, maybe waiting for a mistake from both of them. It looks like Bits and Deska are really pushing for the top position so far. Deska trying to get an extra lead, gets a nice exit, but Bits gets more speed, gets from the inside. Bits was only 4 thousandths away. Really close round, but still Deska keeps the -3. And Mime, with his mistake, is with -10 points, and Johan with a -7. So at the moment, both Deska and Bits are in the 1-2 positions in terms of total score-wise. Mime in third and Johan in fourth. No major mistakes at the early on. Like Mime is trying to get back into his groove of things, trying to keep up with the pace. Definitely he's one of the faster, like both of Bits, Mime and Deska are all very close in terms of the PBs. Johan is a bit behind, having around like 0.6, 0.5 comparing to rest of the players, but seems like Deska now with the early mistake. Now Deska, despite winning the previous round, is now out of it. Seems like Bits is trying to keep it consistent in that second place most of the time, as Mime is currently leading. There's a bit of a gap to third place to Johan. Bits almost hits the side right there, gets even the water wheels slide out a tiny bit, but still nothing too major. Oh, Bits gets a no slide, a very unfortunate part, and that's actually allow Johan to snipe him for the second place. And Johan gets a needed -5 points that he definitely needs it. So yeah, actually now it's a pretty close fight for actually between all 4 players. So Johan definitely getting that consistency in that he kind of really needs it and gets it in. Yeah, seems like how it's going. So Johan a bit going for the safer bit insider LAN, comparing to everyone with the more outside line. The 2 Poles in Lithuania are in the top. Bits gets a small clip. Mime, but what was that? Like a release or something? You couldn't tell. If he got like something in the middle of the road, that allows Deska to go in first place, while Johan is in second. Bits currently is in third. Seems like there's no technical issue from Mime's side, just like was a mistake. Currently a close fight for the second and third between Johan and Bits. Deska has a comfortable first place. Mime is slowly closing in though. Bits is still trying to fight for that second place together with Johan. Where is Bits? Johan crashed out, sadly. Very bit unfortunate. Deska gets the first place. Bits and Mime. Bits secures the second, Mime in third, and Johan with a very unfortunate mistake before the free wheel is with -10. So currently now, Bits is actually leading, Deska is in second place, and Mime actually has a chance of going to the losers according to the points. Johan is in fourth place, but also not too far off. So now we're going to Ski Freaks and Nixoticus map, Out Encoder. Inconsistent on. I don't know if we can really, well, let's just say. Like that, okay? Anyway, upcoming from this map, so the match points for the top 3 have been looking pretty good, but Johan is not too far off as well. A bit unfortunate mistakes for him here and there, but he can actually kind of keep up with the pace a bit sometimes, especially if there's a mistake happening. So this Mime, despite being one of the favorites, let's just say being the definitely the most well-known player of the bunch at the event from the whole Trackmania scene, playing at the event. So he gets a bit of pressure, you know, because I feel like if he doesn't get like first here, I think most people think that he like underperformed or like wasn't that good. So if you do DNF, you get -15. So in regular couplet, like getting last or basically you do get some points, but if you do not finish in nothing, but here it's -15. Also the -10 already is kind of, let's just say, hurting a bit. We'll see how it will go in this round. We have seen some early mistakes popping up here and there. Let's see, it doesn't seem like to be that big of a case this time. Johan with a bit of slower start. The rest of the 3 players are quite closely packed together. All of them get a very nice drift. Mime goes for the sideways full grip, but still pretty close fight. Gets a better setup for the upcoming turn. Allows to keep the gear a bit easier. Johan is a bit behind. Deska in third place, Bits in second. Bits gets a bit more exit speed, however, he got the gear transfer a bit worse than Mime. Mime allowed to catch up. Actually, Deska popped a bit and over, got a nice catch up. Mime going for a very nice outside line, gets a bit more better momentum, however, it's still pretty close. Deska trying to go as a bit of a dirt snap, trying to catch up on Bits. To get some little bit half a second, seems like gonna be a close fight for first, and looks like Mime still gets the first place. Really close round between Deska and Bits, and Johan is a bit behind with a 58-1. So at the moment, Johan is with 68 points, actually 58. Definitely the gap is starting to increase bit by bit. A lot of the top players are also not making that many noticeable mistakes. Maybe all the small mistakes are literally a bit too much oversteering or some kind of unfortunate gear transfer or something like that. It was really just micro stuff at this point. Seems like a clean start from all of the players. Deska, Mime and Bits are quite closely packed at top. But that's gonna need to have a small release to adjust the angle. Bits goes a bit wider, trying to get, but Bits gets a very unfortunate gear at the exit part that really cancels all of the momentum he had, allowing all the 2 poles going into lead. Johan is kind of close at the bottom with only 0.5 difference. Small mistake, and he definitely can cash in on that. Close fight between Bits and Deska for the 2nd place. Johan tries to play it safe with a bit more inside approach, while all 3 players try to risk for outside. Mime with a solid 1st place, following by Bits. Deska is also quite close as well. Mime gets a nice approach, but Deska gets a bit more speed, gets a bit nicer inside line, snipes Bits for the 2nd place. The approach was way better. Also not too shabby of a time from Mime as well. And he gets the -3 to give that extra advantage coming on the end parts of the event. Deska now currently in 2nd place in overall, and Bits in 3rd. Johan with bit air time at the start. Bit a better approach from both of the Polish players. Bits got a bit stumble here, but nothing too crazy. Johan tried to risk it to keep up with the pace, got a small touch here and there. Seems like the fight for top 3 is looking really, really close. Mime currently leading, very close fight for 2nd. Deska gets a bit better approach, but had to do a small release adjustment. Allows Bits to overtake. Mime is still leading with a small gap. Oh, Bits and Deska got a better approach than Mime. Suddenly Bit close in. Mime touches, allows Deska and Bits to overtake. Bits trying to attack with the inside line, trying to reduce the travel distance. Deska gets a bit better jumping approach, or Bits gets a bit more speed. However, the nicer line from Bits, and he still makes it. Mime almost snipes him. Mime with the 3rd place still. And Deska gets a -3, Bits for -5, Johan with -10 in the end. So it looks like the top 3 places seem to be a bit all over the place. Really, really close fight between the top 3 players. Johan is a bit behind. I think the camera doesn't do the justice so far, but he's always like around 0.5, 0.4 behind, which in this kind of matchup is kind of a big time difference. Oh, very close start from all 4 players this time around. Actually, Johan now is leading, picking up the pace a bit. Gets a bit shakier. Oh, what a beautiful turn there by Bits. Puts himself into lead due to that. Johan is now trying to put into the fight as well. All players get the gear up at the end. Deska trying to go for the micro optimization, trying to get some lines in. Bits with a bit of wider approach there. Allows Mime for the potential overtake with Bits in 2nd place. Currently Mime is leading with Bits and Deska very, very close. Small gear changes here and there. Seems like a very close pack for the top 3 so far. Bits is leading, following by Deska and Mime so far. Mime tries to attack for inside, like Bits touches, Deska touches, and it's gonna be Mime still taking the 1st place, Deska in 2nd, and Bits gonna be in 3rd. Was a very close round with small mistakes happening at the very end, but it was actually really close on Johan to also cash in on some of those makes, but sadly was just not enough. So now we're going to the next map. So starting off on Rusko. Currently, Mime is leading with 61 points. However, Deska is really close, just 2 points behind. Then there's a bit of a 7 points difference to Bits. And then Johan is with 28. So it does seem like that Mime is either 1st or last in some of these rounds. At least feels like it's sometimes time to time. So this is going to be, I think, one of the maps that we're going to see really, really close rounds already, as we're starting to see a bit of a treat, I would say, already, at least on the previous map. So the key part on this map was the exact same turn that Deska took, or this whole section, because it does allow, if you do manage to get the upper gear and keep the upper gear for the whole part, you get way more speed, because in the 4th gear, the car is a bit faster, comparing to 3rd one. So we'll see how its 1st round, starting on Rusko. We'll see how this matchup will be going. So far, it's looking quite good for all top 3 players. Mime is ahead. Let's just say he has a bit more, let's just say, a life in the match. But it's still really, really close, and it might most likely come down to the last few rounds. I feel like it. Johan also needs to step up his game as well. Just mainly get the consistency in as Deska gets an early mistake. Now it's a 3-people race at the top. Mime is leading, followed by the Bits in second place. Johan is in third place. Bits did get a weird approach there, got a bit too much airtime. Mime got a really weird line there as well. Had to release a bit at the exit point, allowed Bits to overtake. Johan tries to go for a safer approach to keep the gear. However, it wasn't executed that well. And Deska went for the full race and managed to caught up. Also keep the upper gear for the upcoming part, and Bits with a small release at the very end. Oh, very risky line there by Deska. Seems like Mime is gonna have a stable lead, following by Deska. Goes for the outside line, gets a sick dirt wiggle, snipes Bits at the very end. Actually not too shabby of a round for the bottom 3 positions, as Mime was bit in his own game. But yeah, really nice end there by Deska with the extra, that's tiny bit of a dirt wiggle as well, allowed him to get that extra bit of speed to snipe in Bits at the end as well. So at the moment, Johan is already 18 points away from entering the reverse finalist. Not that many mistakes happening from most of the players, it's just pure consistency and pace. So this is the part where like the pace really needs to basically shines, because the mistakes are happening quite rarely at this point. Seems like all top three players are pushing really hard. Johan is quite a bit behind, had an early small touch, and that was Deska who clipped aside, managed to, you know, play off the map. But seems like Mime is in a small lead, following by Bits very close, just only 0.08 behind. Bit of a 1v1, here it comes down, who keeps the gear very close. Oh, Bits gets a bit better. Gets also a bit better setup as well. Mime had to do extra adjustments, but Bits had to bit better adjustment as well for the upcoming part. Bit more exit speed from Mime, he really risked that part. Went for the overtake, all comes down to the outside line. We already saw, looks like Bits is trying to save it a bit. And Mime went for a riskier side and still managed to keep him the top position with the -3 points, and Bits with the -5. And looks like Johan actually sniped Deska at the very end, getting -7, bit of a left points reduction. Definitely that -10 really helps out Bits in this scenario, as the only points difference between second and third is only 4 extra points. So to keep in mind, the top 2 players from this match will be going to the winners finals on stage that will be played tomorrow. The bottom 2 will be going to the lower brackets that will be played afterwards, after this set of matches, on the other matches as well. Sadly, I can't keep you updated what's happening on the other side, but we can focus on this one. Seems like Johan is 0.3 behind at the start. Seems like a close race so far. Deska has finally a decent enough start. Bits tried to go for the inside line, trying to reduce the travel distance, but sacrifices exit speed due to that. Oh, gets unlucky with the airtime, small airtime, but literally thrown off his line, and now it's a 1v1 between Deska and Mime. Mime is really close there, but seems like Deska still has the exact same momentum as Mime does. Bit too many adjustments from Deska's side. Mime managed to do a bit less one, but Deska's line is pretty nice. He still managed to keep the side. We saw that Deska's getting the nice snipe on Bits previously, but seems like the Mime actually risked it for a bit. And actually not too shabby of a time. Really good times actually from both Mime and Deska. A 0.2 and 0.3, which is, let's just say, pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, due to that, again, -3, -5. Johan gets another -10, and Johan is only 1 point. It's hanging out his last point. And after that, he will be put into reverse finalist. The Bits is with 33 points, so he gets a bit of a breathing room so far. But Johan is definitely on his just last, let's just say, life left. Looks like Deska early mistake. Bits as well, but not with having the best of starts. Sadly for Johan, the placement won't matter that much in this round, as basically he just will need to finish. And but however, he can still mess up other players' games. Sometimes, you know how it's on all other like sports or esports and other matches, despite, you know, having a bit of, you know, you can still impact other people's like results in the end. And especially since the fight for second and third is kind of noteworthy, you can definitely mess up what kind of points will either Bits or Deska get at the end. Especially if Bits managed to snipe, and looks like, oh, what a crazy outside line there. He was a bit too much travel distance, so it wasn't that worth it, but managed to still survive with that. And I think Bits really wants to snipe Johan at the end to get those extra points reduced, but doesn't need enough, and Johan is -3. Mime gets a 57.9. Seems like a bit of a safer time comparing to other times, just trying to have a safe round, especially saw that Deska had a pretty... and Bits didn't have that great of a round. But yeah, now it's Johan is on reverse finalist. Deska gets a -10, so the points difference between Deska and Bits is only 3 points now, as we're going to be going on the next map. So this is going to be the map that previously in the previous rounds was more of the, how we can say, it's definitely one of those consistency-based maps. Because there are a lot of parts in the map, on this map especially, on Road Raid, where just one small part, you can take it only one specific way. Basically, if you have a bit more outside line, inside line, you get thrown off completely. But yeah, now this is the final opportunity for Johan to redeem himself. He's not fully out, if he, as long as he just is not last. And since this is such a, let's just say, difficult map to do fast, it's definitely we might see some mistakes pop up from either Mime, Deska, or Bits. Especially this part, this third turn, doesn't seem like it's quite wide, but the realign to without getting airtime is just really, really, really tight. And seems like that there's gonna be a lot of like risking happening between the top 3 players to get a bit more into the groove of the match, trying to just deny other people, basically send them just lower and lower in the leaderboard. We might see some risks happening from the top sides, which is kind of the thing I feel like Johan really wants to push it forwards to. Anyways, we're going to be starting off. Johan is on his last life, so I think he will be the player who will look out for in this round. So Johan from Denmark is on reverse finalist. If he places last, he will be last place in this match. Will be sent to the losers bracket. But he can, of course, still deny points, so it all comes down to a bit of a mistake from the others, I would say. Seems like Bits with a bit slower start from the top 3 field, as Johan gets an unfortunate bump. Might put him out of this match. Now it's all come down who will deny most points from each of the players. Currently, Mime is in a stable lead. Deska is in a stable second. Well, not so stable anymore, as Bits is coming in. Bits had a bit of an oversteer there, lost a tiny bit of airtime. Due to that, lost a bit of grip there as well. Bits is still closing in from the behind of Deska. Only half a tenth left, as Mime is currently leading. There's a small trickster where they can do a small air brake and get a water bounce that is a bit faster than getting a full grip at the end. We might see some people going for that. Seems like Bits got it, almost sniped it with that as well. And Mime gets us 56.9, which is not too shabby over the time as well. Also, Deska's and Bits times with 57 is also not too shabby for rounds, but this sadly will be for Johan, who did place 4th in this match, will be sent to the losers bracket. Now it's all come down to the top 3, so another player from all these 3 will be sent to the losers, and the top 2 will be qualified for the winners finals that will be played on stage tomorrow. It's definitely trying to risk it for the biscuit. Oh wait, seemed like Deska touched there, but was a bit sussy, as some people say. But still managed to keep all the momentum. Bits gets a nice grip from the inside, but still a small gap between him and the poles. Only 1/10 between him and Deska. So it all comes down to the end. Small adjustments from both Bits and Deska. Nice inside line from Bits. Doesn't carry as much momentum for the freewheel part, but still seems like a really close fight with him. But Bits a bit clips, has to readjust the slide as well. Loses a 0.1 due to that. Mime still with the solid first place. Let's see what will come down to the end. Bits goes for the wider line, trying to get a better setup for the water bounce. It's still not enough because the gap was 0.2. Mime with the solid 56 regu right now. And Deska with a 0.2. It seems like some of the -7s now going on Bits' side. So Bits is only like 12 points away from entering reverse finalists, while Deska is at 19. Mime is in a pretty safe 43, so he has the most amount of breathing room. And also, since only one player, wow, Bits, unfortunate mistake. A bit of molding from Bits in real person as well, I can witness. But currently it's a 1v1 between Mime, sorry. Oh, what is this? Seems like it's a pretty close 1v1 between Deska and Mime so far. As Mime actually had a small mistake. 1 second lead, where is Bits? Bits is also so a pretty boring round so far. 1 second difference between all of the players. Mime also with the mistake. Sadly, Bits' mistake was a bit too high. Deska gets a free -3 points due to that. Maybe we'll see some crazy end happening, but I don't think that from these players that might be expected. Yeah, so actually pretty good time for there from Deska, 56.9. Definitely keeping up with Mime's pace. Bit unfortunate, -7 for Bits. So Bits really needs to literally get first. Otherwise, he will be put into reverse finalist in the next round, while both Deska and Mime have a bit of breathing space so far. Oh, look like what does Mime? Mime with the unfortunate mistake. Okay, molding from Mime on his side in real life as well. As I can see, so far looks like a 1v1 with between Deska and Bits. So this is a good opportunity for Bits to snipe for... Yeah, of course. Okay, another ZZZ round, as the French scene said. So Deska has an amazing opportunity for a free -3. Bits will have the, well, let's just say a little sad opportunity going in reverse finalists so far, especially due to the fact that Mime got a very early on mistake. Mime is also quite a bit behind. Everyone's trying to keep compact with the game, unless there's a crazy mistake happening at the end by Deska, but Deska just tries to keep it nice and consistent, trying to maintain his 56 or 57-2 pace, and it's enough for him to get some solid points at the end as well. So now Bits is going into reverse finalists, while Deska got a -3, so he gets way more like, oh, sticky keys were enabled. Okay. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate in that regard. Actually, Chem was admitting just behind his back, so and then so like, yeah, let's just keep going. So there was no match pause due to that. Yeah, happens. So yeah, either way, that's going to be now the next map. So this map is definitely going to be the more consistency parts, especially since all players are really pushing for the pace. The nibble part will be really important then for that. Since Bits is on, let's just say, if Bits gets last, he's eliminated and sent to the lower side. He needs to survive for at least, well, depends on how Deska does. He will... he needs to basically keep on and not being last for basically a couple of rounds within all of these 3 players to basically have a chance to qualify for the on-stage on-stage winners finals tomorrow. So at the moment, Mime with 31 points, let's just say safety gap. Deska with 13, and Bits is meanwhile on the absolute danger zones. So yeah, this map in the middle part, there's a dirt turn where you can full grip the inside and you can save quite a bit. Plus on the top, you can get an upper gear as well. And with some very clever dirt wiggles, you can force yourself with basically reduce the airtime. And it can basically in total save like over 0.5 or going a safe way optimally. Or like just like not doing that optimally. So at this state, I think that will be very important as Bits has a very early mistake. Quite unfortunate, so it gives a great opportunity for Polish players to go in. However, anything can still happen in the middle part, to be honest. It is a pretty big gap on this map, the middle part, you know, anything can still go either way. So at the moment, Mime is still leading. Deska goes for the save. Mime did risk it though. Went for the lower jump. Deska got the lower jump at the end. Deska trying to play safe since a 0.5 difference. Bits is trying to risk it. Deska touches at the exit point as well. This is coming out from a dirt part, but how big is the points difference? Seems like it's 0.9 between Deska and Bits, but not too much of map left, and I think this might be it for Bits unless something mysterious happens at the end. Deska does make the finish, and Bits will be sent to losers bracket. And both of the Mime and Deska will be playing on stage tomorrow in the winners finals. So yeah, congrats to Mime and Deska for making it, as also the other match also ended on the other side. Yeah, there's players congratulating each other on a very close match. These actually were very close rounds, and in some specific cases as well. Johan was a bit outmatched in terms of pace, but he definitely could have put up a good match. Yeah, good sportsmanship having IRL as well. I actually love to see it. But yeah, those are gonna be some of the updates. People also congratulating each other from the other side. Maybe someone of you want to come up from the other side as well, talk about the other match. Auris want to come on? You'll have to bit lean in on the microphone then if you know.
My hands are fucking shaking.
I can see that, yeah. So how did your match go?
It went pretty well. I only got
Bit closer.
I only got like 2 fourth places, so it was really good. I played really good on the Felina map, which was my worst map. I played really good on that. I don't know what happened. I played really good. I had almost no pressure, except at the end. I'm literally still shaking. Oh my god.
Oh, that's awesome. So from the other match, it was Mime and Deska who made it. It was really, really close for bits, but it wasn't enough. For your match, I'm guessing Forever and you made it, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So due to that, I think both Kaspa and Bresso will be in lowers then?
Yep.
So yeah, that's really awesome. Are you excited to play on stage as well tomorrow?
I'm excited, but also I think I've just passed out on the stage. This pressure, I can't handle it.
But I think it's an awesome experience overall as well,
Yeah.
I think.
I'm really happy I got some LAN experience.
Yeah,
it will
that's
definitely
awesome.
help in the future, I think.
So now, since you'll heavily be playing on the winners finals tomorrow, so you'll be playing against Forever, Mime and Deska now. How do you see your chances on potentially sniping yourself into the grand
I
finals
don't know.
afterwards?
I have 3 Poland guys. I think I'm just gonna full set and see where it goes.
Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, that was Auris in the mid-match interview.
Drink.
With all Winkus around. But yeah, that's gonna be it for now. We're gonna be going on the losers semifinals. So some of the people who did lose from some of these matches, like Bresso, Johan, Bits, and Kaspa, will be now playing against the winners from the early semifinals. So definitely stay tuned. double check all the things. Okay, perfect. All right, welcome back. Soon we'll be starting the lowers, continuing on with the yeah, let's do the wing cap first. So first of all, welcome to the back. So we'll be continuing with the lower side. So now we had the first few players who are qualified for the winners final. So we got known that Forever, Deska, Auris, and Mime will be people who will be starting off the top side of the match, or the winners finals on stage tomorrow. So now it's slowly the time to decide who will be the last two people who will still have the opportunity to do so from the losers one. So there will be two matches happening at the same time. So one of the matches we'll be spectating is Bresso, Johan, Ziren, and Withenpro. Both Bresso and Withenpro has not been caught on stream. The other match that's going to be happening on the side is Boink, Zinc, Bits, and Kaspa. So that the winners of that match, top two players from that match, will be playing against top two players from this match, and then the top two players from that match will be going on to play on stage tomorrow. So we can slowly also transition into the game screen. So all the players are slowly warming up, and I think this is going to be, since we're going to see potentially some diversity. We saw some other play, like in terms of country-wise, who just came here. Also the fact that we have seen some interesting underdog stories also coming in. For example, also the fact that Johan managed to, you know, had a pretty solid start off the event. Now he's in the loser side, which is a bit unfortunate because he got quite outmatched comparing to the, let's just say, both Bits, Deska, and Mime. So however, here with, I would say, a bit easier competition, he might have a chance to shine. Maybe he can snipe himself also on the on-stage finals phase. So yeah, at the event when it started, we actually had a cool diversity of like controllers also. We had a like wheel player, keyboard players, and of course band players also played. Sadly, Sandra did not make it, but did not play, so we maybe could have gotten also joystick participant as well. So yeah, the top two players from this will be going on to the losers bracket semi-final, and the bottom two people from this match will be eliminated. So I think Johan we already saw from the previous match. Ziren we saw actually from the very first few matches that were played out. Withenpro is actually a player who was playing previously in the TSCCs from the Polish secondary lineup most of the time. I think that's one of the places where you can potentially have seen him before. But Ziren is kind of like the newcomer who also kind of showed that he can, you know, keep up a bit with some other players pace-wise, so he could be a bit of a, you know, a bit of the underdog. And Bresso was a player I think for most people were knowing because he played in the TMGL Combine, also in the mid-season invitational tournament, also by TMGL as well, where he played. So all the players are playing on the spot. We'll be playing on reverse cup mode, starting with 100 points so far. The bottom two players from this match will be eliminated. The top two will be going to the losers bracket semi-final afterwards. If you want to know about brackets, exclamation mark brackets, and you should be linked to the tournament page of all the matchups. So you'll see all the results and everything that are happening throughout the event. So at the moment, I would say that Bresso definitely potentially could be one of the favorites, or maybe even Johan. I would say it's going to come down really, really close between all these four. Witten is I'll say, the less experienced one, but he did manage to snipe against some other players as well, who managed to eliminate on the other side. So on the other match that's currently happening, there's the Bits, Kaspa, Zinc, and Boink from Netherlands playing on the other match that's not streamed on stream. So they have the same let's just say, meaning of the match, where the bottom two players will be eliminated. Top two will be playing against these matches, top two from that side. It seems like we are on the way, with the first round being on Passion. It's like Wittenpro is actually surprising, coming a small lead. Bresso gets way more exit speed, managed to catch up. Johan is now snipes him into the second place. Ziren is a bit behind in fourth place. Seems like kind of big gaps so far. Bresso leading, followed by Johan in the second, Witten in third, and then Ziren is slowly trying to catch up. A bit of an oversteered outside line. Loses a bit to the top 3 bunch. Bresso is still trying to keep the solid top 3 placements. Johan, meanwhile, in second place. Witten is not too far off as well. A couple of good lines from Witten. He can potentially snipe Johan as well. Ziren trying to attack. Almost very good risk by Johan. And Ziren also even snipes Witten, bro, at the very, very end. So close this time. So today we'll basically have this round and then the loser semi-final, and that will be it for today. And the rest of the matches of the tournament will be played on stage tomorrow. Really nice snipe there. Obviously going into the second match. So Bresso currently having the early lead. Johan, a very unfortunate touch on the early side of the map. Because at the moment it's a close top 3 between Bresso, Witten, and Ziren. Currently Witten Pro leading, followed by Bresso in second place. Ziren is in third place, bit of a gap with 0.2. Seems like a close fight bit over. Ziren gets a pretty nice exit speed. Previous round he did, let's just say, messed it up with the outside line. This time seems to work out pretty well, as he got up to Witten Pro so far. In the oversteer roll, all players managed to keep the grip. Cool with the auto slide. Seems like Bresso had a small release that allowed both Witten and Ziren to catch up. A small release by Witten. Ziren Bresso didn't release it, and Bresso still secures the -3 points. Ziren in second with -5, and Witten with -7. Johan with the early mistake is with the -10 so far. So yeah, Johan a bit struggling here and there. Bresso having a solid match so far, have won all the rounds so far. There are total 5 maps, so we're playing all the 5 maps in a rotation with 4 rounds on each map. All players start off with 100 points in this tournament. Depending on where they place, they'll lose amount of points. If they do not finish, they'll lose even 15 points. And when they basically run out of points, the player who is in last place will be eliminated. Bresso currently leading the pack. Johan now in second place. Ziren with the early mistake. Witten with not the fastest start as well. Bresso currently leading the field. Johan is trying to catch up. Also, Ziren is trying to catch up on Witten Pro. The gap is around 2/10. It's not too much. No one's getting the water bounce. Ziren gets a slide out, touches the wall, gets put out the side with no solid -10 at the end. Bresso currently leading. Johan in second, and Witten will secure the third. Where is Ziren? Ziren also finishes, so it's thankfully it's nothing too bad, because if they don't finish, the -15, let's just say, it's quite costly. This mode is actually the opposite. It's more like consistency focused, as regular cup mode is more pace based. This is more consistency based. So this is one of the main attributes to this format that are kind of, you know, can allow some other players to excel than some of the pace based ones. So far, Ziren is in a small lead. Looks like Witten Pro is a bit, no major mistakes from other players so far. Johan with the only 0.4 difference at the back. A bit too big of an oversteer, so loses a lot of the exit speed coming out with the coming part. Meanwhile, Bresso does a small increase. Speed gets a solid setup for the line. Ziren gets unfortunate early landing, gets the bumped up in midair, gets put in the last position so far. Bresso solid first place, a close fight for the second place between Johan and Witten. Bresso in a solid lead. Oh, who was that? That was Witten, who actually crashed out, and that actually allows Ziren to overtake him. And at the top side, seems like Bresso solidly makes it. Johan makes it, but no way. Ziren missed the finish. Ziren missed the finish. I think he even heard me saying that out loud as well. So a bit unfortunate around there for Ziren, as with -10. Now gets put into last position. Both Ziren with 68 points, Witten with 69. And then it was, sorry, I didn't catch that, who was in second place so far. It was Johan in second with 75, and Bresso currently leading with the perfect match so far, having 4 out of 4 round wins. So this is the Rose Raid. This is a map that's a bit more focused on consistency side. So all the, basically in the previous map it was a bit more pace-spacey. However, here it's gonna, I think at this level it's more about just surviving the map. It's not gonna be the same level as we saw on the Bits basically one of the upper semifinals, where it was like really close on all of the maps. Here is gonna be, I think the more consistent player will here come out on top. Because there are some small parts in the map where you can a bit, let's just say, snowball the speed, especially going on the black sides that give a bit of an extra grip over the grass bars that allow you to take, let's basically save like a half a tenth. And if you do it like on, you can do it on like 3 parts, so in total it adds up to like an extra 0.3 in the end. So now we're starting on the first round, so Bresso on a solid points lead. Witten and Ziren are a bit on the bottom side. Johan is still on the top side as well. It seems like a match that can potentially go either way as well. I would say the Bresso, at least he claimed within the locally that he's more a consistent base player. It seems like the format is already. However, he's also a bit, let's just say, dominating in terms of pace in this match. He's precisely Witten on second place, as we have seen already 2 very notable mistakes on the back of the field, as both Ziren and Johan kind of managed to make a pretty notable mistakes with 3 to 5 second gaps already. So I think the main focus will be at the top between Witten and Bresso. So Bresso has a solid lead, has had a pretty good match so far. Witten trying to just play safe, trying to maintain his second place. However, he maybe could potentially push it for the top side. In this part, people can potentially go for an airbreak. I don't think we'll see in this exact match, or go for an airbreak to get a water bounce, and it's a bit faster than to go on the regular side. Actually, wait, where is Ziren? Ziren has only 5 seconds left. Will he be able to finish? Otherwise, he gets a minus 15 point penalty. No, he actually managed to get minus 10, which is still not that good, as he now is just more solidifying in the bottom position at the moment in terms of points amount-wise. So maybe we can see a small update from the other match. I saw that they just entered this exact same map as well. Ziren has a small mistake, while the rest of the field had a pretty clean start. Witten, Bresso, Johan having a very close fight so far. Ziren a bit behind. Bresso a bit too big of an oversteer, trying to set up a bit on our inside line, but actually gets an outside line, but almost clips it, almost flips it as well, but it was not enough for that. And Johan is now goes into the lead, which has been quite variable. Bresso was actually winning all rounds so far in the match. Alper is going for the extra grip as Bresso a bit touches the water and gets slide out, so this will give an opportunity for both Johan and Witten to get some low minus points and potentially give them more, let's just say, life in the match as well. And Johan will secure the first place due to that. Witten in second, Ziren in third. It looks like Bresso is gonna take the minus 10 in the end as well. So yeah, a bit unfortunate that, actually a bit unfortunate that Johan is not playing like he was in the previous match against like the current winners bracket players. Also the Bits who was playing currently on the other match as well. Definitely his pace is a bit lower in this match than it was. Also consistency is also not as good comparing to those rounds. Seemed like a solid round, everyone made it through. Ziren trying to force for the outside line. We have early touches. It was by Johan. Johan now really struggling with his consistency this time around. Also trying to attack for the other side. Gets a very good exit speed out of coming it as well. Ziren in second place. Witten Pro is in third at the moment. Gets a small oversteer with a bit too big of an oversteer from Witten's side. There's a bit of exit speed. Actually, Ziren starting to catch up on Bresso currently. Oh, Ziren touched the side with the back wheel and force him out of the side. Bresso is currently leading. Witten Pro is in a solid second place, and Johan is now in third. Witten with really shaky lines there. Gets approached by Johan really closer. Johan as well with not the best approaches. Managed to get the full grip. No one gets the water bounce. Bresso will get the minus 3. Ziren, unfortunate round for him. Witten with minus 5 and Johan with minus 7. Ziren is more and more going down with those minus 10 points. He can definitely be at the top of the field, but the consistency is just not there yet. So Bresso is starting to get a bit of a lead. The points difference between third and second, which is Johan and Witten Pro, is still pretty close. So to keep in mind, bottom 2 players are eliminated from the tournament. The top 2 will move on to the losers semi-final. I'll be playing in the last match of the day on a chance to go to play on stage in the losers final tomorrow. Currently, Bresso is leading the pack. Ziren and Wittenpro are in close following. Johan with a very unfortunate approach. The dirt far side seems a bit wider, but it's actually the correct line to take there is actually, let's just say, way tighter than it looks. Ziren, unfortunate outside line, got forced with a small bump. Bresso is still taking. Actually, Wittenpro is trying to full send it a bit, trying to increase his pace here and there. Bresso gets a nice stop, so should be another -3 from Bresso's side. Wittenpro gets a -5. And seems like Ziren with the -7 and Johan with the -10. A lot of mistakes coming out from Johan's side. That's now slowly putting him down on the leaderboard as well, and due to that, Wittenpro is slowly catching up to him as well. And actually now overtakes in total amount of points as well. As we're gonna go into Kisla's map, Rusko. Basically with the gear identity, Loki, if you can call it that. Maybe I could get an update on what's coming on the other match. Seems like they're also playing on the previous map as we just played. Seems like Bits is dominating that match so far. Sadly can't really make out the scoreboard from this side so far. So either way, coming into this map, Bresso is leading with 69 points. Wittenpro is in second with 49. Johan is really close there with 48, and 14 points difference between Ziren and Johan in can play. So at the moment, some info from the other match. Bits is leading, Zink is in second, and Boink and Kaspa are in third and fourth. I'll be starting off on this match. So Bresso has quite a bit of a points lead obtained. So usually on this format, the more points you basically have basically kept, the more basically the more safe are you within the match. So Ziren definitely in the closest one to the danger zone so far. Oh, Johan with a small touch. Very unfortunate to start off the round just like that. All the rest of the 3 players are really close so far. Small bit too much airtime, like a small airtime from Wittenpro gets him a bit separated from the rest of the pack. Very weird outside line from Bresso allows Ziren to overtake. That all comes down on the gear side. Wittenpro loses gear immediately. You can get the upper gear and then maintain it, and you can save up to 0.5 in total in just these 2 turns. Oh, Ziren touched. Wittenpro really good risk there. A bit caught up to Bresso. Bresso went out with the inside line. Witten sacrificed a lot of extra speed with that. And allowed to catch up to Bresso due to that. But Johan is actually very close. Wait, what? What was that? So for some reason, Ziren just went into the side, flipped out, but he still managed to finish in the end. Johan managed to snipe him due to that. What a weird flip, I would say, but yeah, that's unfortunate. -10 for Ziren's side. Bresso keeps his -3 chain going and definitely builds up the lead quite nicely due to that. Both Witten and Johan are in a solid fight for second and third, while Ziren is 17 points behind third place. No major mistakes at the start so far. Close. So far it seems like a close round with Wittenpro with a bit more exit speed. A lot of dirt, not many drift adjustments, so most people will be with the same exit speed. Bresso actually losing a bit. Johan goes for a wide side, more outside line, trying to get the upper gear early. Ah, that didn't get it. He didn't get the upper gear. Due to that, he still maintains the same momentum as the rest of the field, being stuck in 4th place. There's a still pretty nice fight between all the 4 players. Bresso is leading. Ziren is kind of close in a 1-2-3. Very close ball, but Ziren had to readjust his line with the release. Bresso is leading, goes for a safe inside line. Johan with and pushes, is really close, managed to get up speed. Kind of close round. Bresso still managed to get the -3 pace going. And Witten Pro and Johan are now starting to separate them in the 2-3 position, while Ziren, the fortunate mistakes on like adjustments here and there, are starting to really sacrifice his game as he's only 14 points away from the dead zone. I mean, the match is not over yet for Ziren still. On paper, he can still win it if he doesn't basically get last in any rounds, because this format really suits people who are very consistent. As players like Bresso are really, let's just say, popping off in this format. Really safe line so far from Johan, trying to get that consistency in from his side as well. He really tried to release it, keep the gear for the exit parts, go for the outside line. It seems like Ziren clipped. Again, inconsistency starting to pop up from Ziren's side. Definitely not helping out. Johan touched as well. It seems like a 1-2 at the top for those -3 points. Bresso having a solid lead. Witten Pro does go for the outside line. Bresso goes for the safe line. Oh, he actually went for the outside line. Maintains his 2nd place. Well, it seems like Johan will get 3rd, and Ziren definitely not having a great match so far. However, there is a smile on his face in real life though, So keep in mind, at the moment, Bresso is leading with 60 points. Ziren is only 4 points away. So Ziren really needs to get a round win in, so to basically get that extra life for the upcoming rounds, while Bresso, Witten, and Johan have a bit of breathing space, especially Bresso, 60 points away from the dead zone. Johan trying to take it quite safely, but still touches due to the unorthodox line, gets put at the back. I think that's something that Ziren would really like. Speaking of Ziren, he's actually fighting on the top sides, bit on outside line, still managed to make it through. With a small adjustment, Bresso still in the lead. It all comes down to the gears. Witten Pro loses the gear, loses a lot of excess speed due to that, but it's then easier to get the upper gear in this part. Bresso then keeps on lead, but seems like Ziren is very closely catching up from the side. Bit too big of an oversteer from Ziren's side. He has to respawn, and I think this might be not that great of a round from Ziren, as Bresso has a very big point. Even Johan making 2 mistakes, he's still now going to be in the 2nd place. A lot of bit of fiesta round at this time. But seems like maybe Ziren still stays in last place, but I think Ziren now definitely doesn't want to be last. If Ziren now gets last place, he will be sent, well, basically out of the tournament. So it's literally last few rounds for Ziren. He can still potentially clutch it out in the end, but he can't afford to be in last place in any of the upcoming rounds. As they're going to be going to Felina. Felina has that bit infamous middle part, where you can gain quite a bit if you overgrip on the black part. And get a lot of excess speed with small dirt wiggles, get the upper gear and then low jump. Allows you to game up to 0.4 over having a close to perfect safer approach. I don't know, maybe Bresso will be going for it. Ziren is very risky base player. He has been all the time just trying to push for pace and not so much trying to play on consistency. Seems like Bresso also making some couple of mistakes. Get those mistakes out in the warm-up. Meanwhile, Ziren is having a really good warm-up, while everyone else gets all of the mistakes in. Okay, Ziren also doing the exact same, seems like it. Got a no slide as well. I saw it with the corner of an eye on his monitor as well. So yeah, now it all come down. So Bresso is with 59, let's just say, safety points. So quite a bit of rounds for him to be potentially eliminated. Johan with 22, Witten with 27, and Ziren is literally without a point. So if Ziren gets last, he will get eliminated. We're starting out the first round on Felina. Oh, Bresso with not that good of a start, but did an accidental float trick. Due to that, he clipped the side Really puts him in a 0.5 disadvantage to start off the round. Johan lost the gear in the upwards part. Due to that, drops quite a bit, allows Bresso to overtake. Bresso a bit pushes the pace, has gained over 0.2 over Ziren. Ziren at the moment having a small lead over Witten and Bresso. At the moment, Johan in the bottom position so far. Bresso had to release to adjust the line, loses a lot of extra speed due to that. Witten Pro tries to get that extra grip from the side. No major clips. Ziren goes for risk for a bit and extra airtime. Ziren is in a solid first place. Witten Pro in second. Bresso gets the outside line quite well, gets way more extra speed than Witten due to that. Oh, Bresso with a small touch definitely put him in some point loss situations. Johan even having some couple of mistakes here and there definitely puts him at the bottom as well. But yeah, it's gonna be Bresso now taking the minus 10 pointers. Ziren still survives, definitely makes the his opponents bleed some points a bit. Especially since the one who can't lose it. So he can now win the rounds and just make other players basically drain down faster. No really mistakes so far from clipping at the side. Oh, Ziren was so close on touching that wall. No one, Johan dropped a bit of a gear there. Same with Witten as well. So it's Ziren and Bresso at the top. So Ziren's target's probably just trying to be at the top positions, not be last, but at the same time, be at the top position so his opponents basically lose more and more points. So the others are also on the finalists. Maybe that's his idea, to maybe go to finalists and then just pressure the other ones down. Seems like a very weird method, but I don't think that's happening. Ziren goes for a very middle part and a sausage part. With an orthodox line there. Still maintains at a top 1-2. Witten at the moment at the bottom in 4th place. Unfortunate clip there, gets a bit of airtime. Johan gets a bit outside the line. Witten Pro with the oversteer loses a lot of the exit speed. Seems like there's going to be a very close fight at the top. Bit of an oversteer from Ziren's side. Ziren still makes it. Bresso gets the -3. And I think Ziren at least managed to be on top of Johan and Witten, as they will be losing quite a bit of points. Johan is now 8 points left, while Witten will be with 12 left. Like Ziren is on a good pace to potentially even clutch it out. Seems like a good map for him this time around. Basically, when they will be get last, then they will be get eliminated. Witten Pro with a small gear loss at the start. Ziren going for gets a more left approach, gets a more better exit line to the upcoming part. Witten Pro with the bottom positions. So even if Witten is in last place, he still has those extra 2 points to latch on, but of course you don't want to lose them. Meanwhile, Johan is with 8, so Johan also doesn't want to be in last. While Ziren has no points left. Ziren touched, so, but he gets a good exit speed, so all comes down. If he can snipe Witten at the very end, and he clips. That was an unfortunate clip at the very end, so I think this might be end for Ziren unless some kind of miracle happens at the very end. Seems like Bresso will take it, Witten will take it, and due to that, Ziren will be eliminated from the tournament, placing 4th place in this match. And now it's gonna be all come down on who will, either Johan or Witten, on who will be keeping their tournament live. While Bresso has a very solid, let's just say, a points lead, where he has a lot of time to just keep their points. So the main fight and main focus will be between Witten and Johan. So if Johan places, basically Johan literally finishes and he'll be set into finalist, but he can still deny points or get some extra points losses because from the other players to basically drain them down a bit more in the leaderboard. At the moment, Bresso is not allowing that. Witten needs to get first, but Witten is out of sight due to early mistake. So Johan is kind of just trying to put in the double finals as he clips the inside. That's very unfortunate. Where's Witten? Witten is also on the top, so Witten will be still in the... No, actually, no. So Witten just needs the first place, so in the second place we'll be put in double reverse finalist. You know, Bresso has a nice comfortable stroll at the end just to collect another -3 pointer. Well, it's gonna come down to Witten and Johan on the last few rounds as we're gonna enter double reverse finalists. So whoever loses between Witten and Johan will be eliminated from the tournament. Basically, both of them need to work together and both of them need to beat Bresso if they want to keep this match more alive. So the two people from this match will be eliminated. The top two will be moving on, facing off against the other top two players from the other match that's currently being played. Where Zinc and Bits is playing. I was like checking out, so then like Zinc was just like showing his muscles, I'll just say like that. So yeah, that's the update on the other side. So Bits and Zinc are currently leading. Boink is eliminated also from the tournament so far, and Kaspa is in third place on the other match. So yeah, this will all basically come down on this map, unless Bresso really becomes, let's just say, last for entirety of this map, then we maybe see the next map afterwards. But so far seems like it all comes down between on 1v1 between Witten and Johan, unless really, like, Bresso had such a good match so far. He's got so many first places. Now he has this massive safety net where he can breathe. He just needs to like play consistent and just be ahead of one of the guys, and that will be basically GG then in that case. So definitely a lot of pressure now on Johan and Witten. The player who gets last in this round between Johan or Witten will be eliminated. Also, either if Bresso gets last place, then the match also continues on. But it looks like Bresso with not the fastest start so far. All players are seeing a bit of a release from Johan's side. A bit weird drift from Witten's side. Bresso is currently leading. Johan is a bit at the back, so this might be a chance where it might end it. Johan doesn't keep the gear. Witten somehow survives that. Bresso still keeps the lead. Witten Pro gets an awkward landing. Johan gets a bit more exit speed though. Bresso currently leading. Witten goes for a better approach. Johan doesn't have the best one. He was a bit too much also. It's looking very, very shaky. Witten Pro rushes the side. Both of them are equal, but both of them are kind of equal. Johan goes for the inside line. Doesn't have that much exit speed. Witten from the side. He tries to go for it. He gets way more exit speed. Comes out on the angle at the end. Bresso survives it. It's gonna be Johan. And Witten almost sniped it, but it's 110 difference, so Witten will be eliminated. And Johan will be surviving it. And both Bresso and Johan will advance, and Witten and Ziren will be eliminated from the tournament just as the drone arrives. So Johan and Bresso will be playing against the top two players from the other side, as the other match is still happening. Yeah, it looks like hands are shaky for Johan as well. Congratulating all the other players on between the match. Other match seems like to be already happening. Johan, would you be? I'll invite Johan to the casting disc.
Thank you.
We may be switching off to the other side. All right, awesome. Now, how has it felt like you had this 1v1 that literally like your whole tournament spot just like relied on it? How was your like emotions or thought process happening in that match?
I don't know, but like my hands, like look.
It's like an earthquake, yeah.
Yeah, holy, and the round was so bad as well. Like holy shit, we both made so many mistakes. Like my start and my heart.
Yeah, that's yeah, but I think both of you were looking so shaky at that moment. And I think they just realized, because it was so like impactful, like the match was, because you clearly can move on to the next one.
And I did like a 0.6 in warm-ups as well, so I'm like, I got this, it's free. And then,
yeah, the good old warm-up meisters.
And then the real round starts, and it just didn't work.
But how are you feeling that now we'll have another chance of potentially even making to the on stage if you do also make it in the next match?
I mean, that is really, really exciting, but I mean, it's going to be hard against Bresso and some guy from the winners.
It's gonna be from the other match.
Yeah, from the other match.
Yeah,
like, that's gonna be difficult. But my goal was top 8, so I'm very happy right now.
Yeah, awesome.
Reaching it.
Awesome. So who would you love to play against in the upcoming match from all these 4?
I don't know. I mean, Boink is a nice guy. Would love to play against Boink, but we'll see. I mean, it's probably going to be Bits, which I hope it's not, because he's very good. So
I think Bits was leading right here as I checked out.
Exactly. But we'll see.
Yeah, awesome. Congrats on the top 8 now.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
And good cast.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome. So yeah, that's gonna be it. So at the moment, it seems like Boink, as also from the other match, is also eliminated. And seems like the other match is still happening. So yeah, either way, we're gonna have a small break. We'll be coming on to the last match of the day. We'll decide who'll be the last 2 players and who'll be coming to this stage tomorrow. So see you then. Checking. Oh, yeah. Like this. Oh, nice. All right, 1, 2, let's go. All right, welcome back. Now we're gonna have the very last match of the day. We'll have like we had all the lower bracket finals now being played out, and I will have the semifinals where basically the lower semis will be played out, and the top 2 players from this match will be going to the on-stage finals tomorrow. So all the basically this is like the top 8, top 6 that we're currently going to be watching, and the 4 players who didn't make it from the last matches was Bresso, Johan from the match that we already watched, and from the other side it's Bits and Zinc. Sadly, Kaspa and Boink were eliminated in the top 12 and received top 12 positions. And on the other side, it was Ziren and Wittenpro who also were eliminated. Sadly, it was a really close match, and it all came down to double reverse finalists at the very end to decide on just that one round, as Johan also mentioned. We currently have all the players slowly joining to the server as well. So this will be the last match of today. There's no other side matches happening as well. This is just the one match done, and we're done basically. So the top 2 from this match will be going to the losers final tomorrow, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. So at the moment, what is already known, the 2 winners finals players are Mime Deska, Auris, and Forever. We're already qualified tomorrow for the winners finals. So now we'll be deciding who will be the 2 people who will be playing against the 2 losers from the winners final tomorrow, also be playing on stage. So slowly we can go into the in-game view as well. So we have all players already on the server. Already, as we're gonna be slowly setting up all the things up. And it's gonna be the final match that's gonna be really decisive already from what when I spoke with Bits and Zinc behind the scenes, that it was really close also between all of them 3, and Kaspa as well. It was a really close top 3, just like we had on stream as well. And one like Bresso was quite dominating, but let's see how that will match up against Bits and Bresso on the sidelines as well. So currently the matches will here be Johan, Zinc, Bresso, and we have a bit missing. Also all the time we had seen there's a bit of a, let's just say usuality so far that Bits, comes on a bit late. Other than that, we're just waiting for Bits to join the server, and we should all be good. Now currently I see that on the... Okay, he's a bit practicing at the moment. He's doing a couple last runs, 1 round for each of the maps to just get ready into the matches. But now let's see how everything will be going. What is the time? Oh, 22 minutes. All right, so yeah, Kem's also ready to go. But we're currently just waiting for Bits all the time, at least currently. So tomorrow the winners and lowers final will be played also in the same reverse cup mode, starting from 100 points. But the grand final will be played with starting 120 points, and we're playing till 3 people are fully eliminated. So it will end with a 1v1 between the top 2 players at the very end to decide who will be the winner of the tournament. So slowly players are just warming up at the moment. Waiting for Bits as well to join in. After the match, we will have interviews with the top 2 players who also qualified from this match. So that's something that we'll also hear how they have reacted to all this event and how their impressions, because there are a lot of people, like especially when Bits and Zinc said that since they had a really tense match at the very end, and they was like, oh man, we have to play another one today. It's gonna be kind of crazy. So yeah, finally Bits has joined, so we should be getting ready at any moment right now, and we'll be starting the final match of the day. It's gonna be between Bits, Bresso, Johan, and Zinc. Top 2 players will go to the on-stage finals parts. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Also, we had a small prize pool update as well. So all of the goodies that will be players will be receiving Includes like gaming PCs, all the setup as well. In total value of over 2,700 euros. We also had that one thing, so they're getting the same PC that managed to actually squeeze out 1,000 FPS on a game. Like, let's just say some people were not as used to that. Let's just say environment, when I was like, oh man, there's like actual FPS that I have finally. So there were some people who were coming out quite early just to get used to how it's like to play on, let's say, unusual setup. It was brought us here by the sponsors of the event. Yeah, so it's like everything will be soon will be starting to, and we'll be ready to set finally, so we can finally start off the final match. Best has joined as well. Looks like everyone's ready. And just need to wait for the final command from Cam and we can start off the match. Everyone's ready. Now we're waiting for Cam to do his things. So meanwhile, we can do a small introduction about the players. So Bits was an ex-TMGL player from the beta season. Has been quite dominant in the Baltic scene as well. Has won multiple Baltic League Trackmania tournaments, also the Baltic Trackmania Championship when it was done 2 years ago. Lately has been starting to get a bit small decline with some people like Morioka, Noostic, Sander a bit, let's just say. Starting to quite challenge him here and there lately. But still, he's one of the best players in the region. Then we have Zink, who is also quite stepping up his game as well. This likely will not be one of his last LAN events, as he's going to soon start his military service. He can still potentially go out with a very nice result of the event as well. He had some pretty solid performances on the TSCC on certain maps as well. Was like top 8 in the last Baltic League as well. And it's Bresso, who also was a participant in the TMGL mid-season invitational, as well one of the top players who was playing in the Combine for the Trackmania Grand League Challengers as well. And then there's Johan, player who qualified for the end. Not many past results. Was quite dedicated. He came to the event quite early, did a lot of training here on the spot to get used to the device. He was trying to get really consistent. He really did in all of the scrims as well. But like today, when the pressure kicks in, was starting to bit crumble. That's why we see him at the moment in the losers bracket right now. So we'll be starting on Autoencoder, a map by Ski Freak and Exoticon. That will be the map we'll be starting off. So the top 2 players will be qualified to the to the on-stage finals tomorrow. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. The top 2 players will be playing against the bottom 2 players from the winners bracket final that will be played tomorrow at 2 EEST, which is the 2 p.m. is the local time. So anyway, we're starting off with the final match of the day. Bits, Bresso, Johan, and Zink. Final 4 players who are left need to play today, and we all decided on who goes home and who continues on the event tomorrow. Seems like Zink with not the best of starts so far. Bits and Johan are now at the 1-2 positions. Bresso had a really nice match in the previous round. Also, let's see if he'll be able to keep up with the pace and also have the same kind of momentum going in this match. Zink is behind 0.4, currently Bits leading. All players maintain the gear coming from this part. Bit of an outside line, trying to keep the momentum going from the dirt part. Bit of an outside, first outside drift from Johan, allows Bresso to catch up. Bits increase a tiny bit of lead, has to do a small release to adjust the line. Johan playing safe, trying to approach the dirt uphill from the middle. Bits goes for the full outside. Zink is quite pushing it, catches it up on the Bresso a bit. Bresso with the small bump, Zink as well, and it will not allow Zink to overtake Bresso at the end. Bresso with a very risky inside approach right there. Was very, very close on potentially even sniping Johan, but Johan maintains his top 2 position in the round. And after the first round, Bits is leading, followed by Johan, Bresso, and Zink. If Johan continues this, he can potentially do his scrim results, but he did place second. Bresso with not the best start so far, got a bit too much airtime in some parts. Zinc with a small adjustment, still maintains the momentum, but not as much exit speed as the rest of the players in the field. Bits with a nice lead. Johan and Bresso in a solid fight for second, third. Bits comes and says, no, it's going to be a three-way fight for that second place. Also, Bits with small release, so loses a bit of momentum, allows other 3-0 to catch up on the side. Bits is currently leading, got a really nice drift, allowing to give away more exit speed. Seems like a very close fight for the second place between Bresso and Zinc. Johan a bit at the behind, tries to go for the bit of pseudo risky line. Still stays at the third fight, but still a very close fight between the second, third and fourth. Zinc goes for the outside, trying to get a cleaner approach in the dirt side, trying to get with momentum. Johan with a small bump, and it's gonna be Bits taking it really close round, as Bresso had a nicer, closer approach to the finish line, but it was not enough. Zinc maintained his second place, Bresso in third, and Johan in fourth. Now Bits is kind of doing the same thing as Bresso did in the previous match, trying to get those first places in. Bresso had a bit of an iffy start to the round. Not too sure what that was, but he's not calling for a technical pause so far, so but a mistake on his side. This is the potentially final match for some of these players, as Bits makes a mistake, allows Bresso overtakes and cashes in on the mistake, as Zinc and Johan are in the 1-2 positions. We saw a lot of people, basically all the players who were playing here, were like coming out really shaky after all of the matches. So definitely the pressure is quite also getting to them. So we might expect some a bit unusual mistakes, let's just say like that, coming out in a couple of the rounds. Zinc currently is leading the field, followed by Johan. Johan goes for the pseudo risky approach while taking the outside line. Oh, almost got a nose slide, but didn't save it himself. Thankfully, Bresso and Bits are quite behind with way bigger mistakes. Bresso does to touch the side, Johan as well. Zinc takes the finish at least. Was really close on missing it. Johan takes second, Bresso in third, and Bits in fourth. Yeah, a bit unfortunate, minus 10 points now for Bits. But with these kind of bit like all over the place kind of like rounds, will definitely make it so the whole points will be looking very spicy right now, as the difference between first and fifth is only 5 points, so you might even see quadruple reverse finalists maybe. No major mistakes at the early on of the map. All players are between 0.1 seconds so far. Zinc with a small adjustment there. Bits has a very nice start, gets to full send it a bit nicely, increasing a small gap, bit too much airtime. Allows Johan and Bresso to catch up and reduce the difference, but meanwhile allows Zinc to overtake Bits with a small no slide, as it seems like it. Managed to get a small mistake due to that. Johan is now leading, following by Zinc and Bresso in second and third place. Bresso trying to approach a bit more from the outside line, same as Zinc. Johan still maintaining his first place in the round. Bresso trying to attack from the other side to reduce the oversteering, gets more speed at the end. Almost bunks it, Bresso snipes it in the end. Johan in second and Zinc stays in third place. Very close round between them two, between them three. And Bits with the mistake will be with another minus 10. He started off quite nice, minus 3, and round 3 and 4 are with the minus 10. And now look at the standings right now. All players are between just 2 points. Zinc is smiling me in the eyes now, like watching this. All the fiesta happening is literally can go at any direction. It can go either way. It seems like we'll have a very interesting match so far. So the way how reverse cup mode works is that basically points are kind of like a life bar. The higher position, the less points you lose, and the lower position, the more points you lose. So seems like it's gonna be quite interesting on how this unfolds, especially since after the first map it's basically close to even. On Felina, there's especially a very decisive middle part, and it seems like, especially in this matchup, that some like full sending some specific parts or going for like a close, as optimal as possible approaches will definitely give you a massive advantage, but at the same time, the field was kind of close all the time, like 0.4 in the end as well. As we're starting with the first round with Felina. So Bresso is with the only 1 point gap between Zink and Johan, who are at 75, and Bits is last at 74. Bits had such a good start of the match, but yeah, it's very, very close. At least the whole leaderboard shows that everyone keeps the gear. Seems like Johan had a bit of a gear loss, but he dropped the gear. Yes, due to that, he loses a whole 0.5. Top 3 is still kind of close. Zink with a nice save, managed to save his directional steering at the last moment. Bits and Bresso are Bits is increasing the lead. He had to release. He touched the side, clipped, lost all the momentum from the part. Bresso is risking for the inside, trying to increase the lead. Zink goes for the low jump, gets a bit more closer gap, but nothing too noticeable. Both of them are basically still on the same gap as it was. However, Zink is with full sending at the very end. Johan at the moment in 3rd place, as Bits is not having that great of rounds at least last few rounds, comparing to how it all started. Bresso so far is leading the race with Zink in 2nd place and Johan at the moment in 3rd, and we have pretty solid gaps in this round as Bresso finishes off with the 1 minute time, which is quite far, I would say, from the most optimal, because you can do 59.6 is the current world record. But it's still enough to take that -3 and put himself into the lead of the match. Yeah, Bits definitely needs to step up his consistent. He definitely has the pace to even be as one of the top contenders at the very end. But all the time the consistency is here, and this whole format is very consistency favored, and getting the last positions in rounds is really, really costly, especially if you get a DNF at the end. Currently a solid 1-2-3 with Johan being 0.8 behind the race leader Bits. However, it seems like Bresso and Zink are a bit full sending, trying to catch up. Zink gets an unfortunate airtime. He could try to get for the inside line, but had a bit too much momentum going, so it was not possible. So it's first place versus 2nd, and 3rd versus 4th, on who gets basically those extra points reduced, as Bits has increased the lead over Bresso so far. Bresso is in 2nd place, Johan is in 3rd, and it seems like it's going to be a solid 1-3-4 without any controversial endings. It's going to be Bits now getting that -3. So it seems like the match is going to be all over the place. Our Bresso is slowly starting to set himself as a potential contender on making it. Still, the bottom 3 players are just with 1 point difference. Bits and Johan are both tied. Zink was the top 2, but now he's 4th, so it can go literally anyway. And also 7 points is close to nothing. Bits really full send that start. Zink with a very safe upper gear, doesn't allow get the gear properly. Due to that, and seems like it's gonna be a bit of a pack between the top 3 and Zink. Bits currently leading. Bresso's very close, trying to attack from the inside line. We don't see no silly mistakes from Bits' side so far. Seems like a solid first and a solid fight for that 2nd place. Bresso risks for the middle line, trying to get the extra momentum going. Got a really rough landing. Didn't gain too much on Johan. You can really, if you get it really nicely, you can get a massive lead like that, but it's really hard to get properly in the rounds. As actually the top 3 is starting to catch up a bit, as Bits had a bit of a safer approach due to saving a bit too much, has been caught up by both Johan and Bresso. Bresso is trying to challenge Bits, but looks like not going to be enough, and Bits will be handling the win. As we're starting to get like a consistent 1 minute times, as Bits gets a 0.5, Bresso with a 0.6, and Zink, even though having a bit of a safer, bit of a gear loss at the very start, and it was still low, like just what that's unfortunate gear loss literally cost him the round at this point. Bresso this time with an early mistake. Bits, Johan and Zink are kind of close behind. Bits and Zink are currently the 1-2. Johan with a bit of a shaky turn like there, loses a bit of speed. Nothing too much in the end. It's only 0.2 difference, but it can go either anyway. Bits with, Zink with a bit delayed drift, loses a lot of extra speed due to that. Allows Johan to catch up as Bits creates a bit of a bigger gap so far. It's now a proper fight for 2nd place. Johan gets a very nice drift. Zink gets a bit more extra speed coming down on this part. Seems like Zink really is a bit better than this. Bits saves the dirt hubble way too much, and it actually allows Johan to overtake Bits now for this ending part that he touches and loses all of the momentum. And I think it will even allow Bresso to potentially overtake. However, Bresso's a bit too far back, and Bits still taking another -3. Zing taking the second. Bit of a fiesta of a round in that sense. A lot of people, a lot of saving happening, and a lot of back and forths. But seems like, yeah, Bresso now with the -10 definitely spice up the leaderboard once again. So now we'll be coming on the map by Deska on Passion. So the points coming out on map after map 2, Bits is leading with 55 points, Bresso in second with 53, Johan with 47, and Zink with 45. There is a bit of a difference now that we're seeing between top 2 and bottom 2. But we will see how all of basically these points gaps are going either way, so it's kind of interesting. Sometimes like a player might look dominant, but then like a couple of mistakes here and there, and they get that -10, and they're set down at the leaderboard. So to keep in mind, the bottom 2 players will be eliminated, and the top 2 players from this match will qualify to the on-stage finals in lower bracket final tomorrow. We already have Mime, Deska, Auris, and Forever qualified in the winners final. So this is just a signing. Will be the last 2 slots who will play tomorrow. As we're going to be starting on the first round on Passion. So basically at the moment it does look like a match favorite. There had been some issues here and there in terms of his consistency, but he can definitely be the person who can snap this first place in some rounds. So far, no major mistakes so far. Bits touches the penalty glass and loses the gear due to that. Loses a bunch of extra speed. Zink currently leading. Bits dropped a whole 0.5, but due to that mistake, Bresso in the second place at the moment. Johan in third. Oh, sorry, Johan actually made a mistake. Yeah, Sukilo, a lot of mistake. He doesn't have any momentum. Maybe at least he can finish at the very end. Because if you don't finish, you get a -15 points at the very end. Zink is currently leading, following by Bresso in second place. 0.5 different from Bits. Bits is actually quite gaining, but I don't think he can gain a whole 0.2. No, it's actually 0.2 now, but I don't think it will be enough to gain anything on Bresso. Zink takes the -3 that he definitely needs, as he's at the bottom of the barrel in terms of points. Bresso with a -5 and Bits with a -7. And then Johan with -10. I believe Johan will be now in last place in total points. So now we have a 2-way tie with the top positions between Bresso and Bits. Zink is a bit behind, like 6 points. And then Johan is in last place with 37. The early silly touches at the start. Top 3 is kind of set in stone. Johan is also close behind. Johan got a very nice exit speed there. Bits as well. Bits increases the lead by 0.3 over second place. Johan has joined the top fight for the top 2. However, didn't get the best exit speed. Zink trying to risk it, got over the bump to get a bit more exit speed than Bresso. Managed to gain up on Bits, but not enough to gain on to give over Bresso. But actually, he did in the water part, as Bresso not having the best events allows even Johan to overtake at the very end. Bits will be taking the -3, and Zink will be taking the -5. Wait, where's Bresso? Where's Bresso? Hello? Okay, Bresso finished in the end at least. So I believe if Bresso had the -15 DNF, then I think that would really be painful. But -10 is still quite, let's just say, feelable. Coming up on the... So as Bits makes the early mistake now, touches a lot of momentum now, is being gone from that whole part. He loses a more than 0.8 of a second to the top 3 pack. This gives an opportunity to rest of the field now to catch up and send Bits down the ranking and drain the points from him. Johan at the moment leading, following by Zink in second. Bresso is very close in third. Bresso gets a bit nicer inside line. Still a pretty close pack for the top 3. A bit of a bomb from Bresso's side. This loses a tiny bit to Johan, but nothing too much. Zink is still pretty close. Gets a nice, so a bit of a weird outside line, to be honest, from Bresso's side. Johan still maintains his lead, doesn't crash the wall. Will he make the end? Seems like it, yes. Zink almost barely makes. Actually, he snipes Bresso with an inside line, gets the -5. Bresso with a -7, and Bits with the... Actually, he managed to get up quite a bit. He will even managed to almost snipe even... No, not also that, because it's like 2/10 difference. But a relatively close round, but definitely that -10 for Bits is gonna even out the playing field even more, as we're the whole match. I think the biggest difference was like 10 points, so we haven't really between first and last. So this has been a really close match and quite all over the place so far. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how all this will unfold at the end. It's currently Johan with the touch on the side. Also very bad geared, so that really cancels his momentum coming out of the whole part. So it will just a bit snowball for the next upcoming parts. Oh, Bits lost the gear as well. Touch the side. Zink as well. Why did Bresso make a mistake? I think he just tried to play too safe, because Bits managed to gain a pretty solid lead on top of that. Bits is still leading. Bresso is in second. And Zink is in a solid fourth, so pretty big gaps so far. Pretty straightforward round. Bits will get the -3. But yeah, a bit unfortunate -7, because now it like really makes it fluctuate between that second and third player. So all our pad players, Bresso plays keyboards, Johan is controller, Bits is keyboard, and Zink is keyboard. There's 3 keyboard players, only Johan is a controller. Now we're gonna be go on keyless map, Rusko. The gear identity map. As Zink writes in the chat, it would be really nice to see quadruple finalists, but actually at this point it seems like it might be. Actually, this is the biggest points gap we have seen during the entirety of the match. There's a couple of -10 positions from Johan's side. It's definitely created a bit of a points gap between first and last. Still the closest match we have seen in terms of points in throughout the match. It's kind of nice to see it's on a pretty close note to end it off at the very end. So if you're not familiar with reverse cup mode, you start off with already 100 points. At basically the higher position, the less points you lose. If you do not finish, you even lose 15 points. When you reach the finalist, or basically run out of points, if you place last, you get eliminated. So it's kind of like track of the day with, cup of the day with basically multiple lives in that sense. And your like position impacts and how fast your like basically life drains out. As we're going to be starting off first round on Rusko. Bits is a bit on a 6 points lead above Bresso, but only 7 points above Zink. So the top 2 is the main threshold right here. Johan also can still clutch it out. We have seen a sick comebacks also in some earlier matches, but it seems like it was all like donezo, but we like the bottom players managed to clutch it out by just not losing a single round at the very end. Bit of a shaky starts from Bresso and Johan as Bits and Zink take the 1-2 positions, but Zink not having the best of middle parts, not having a lot of exit speed, goes for the inside lawn, has a bit of weird gear setup, but due to that, Johan and Bresso goes for the overtake. Due to that, Bits is still leading. Oh, Bresso almost clipped aside, did the cusp of flip. Zink a bit lost the gear, but still has the most amount of momentum out of the bottom 3 players. Bits goes for another -3 points. This is going to be a bit of a blind drift in some cases. No weird corner taps, if you can say it like that. Bits trying to take it safe. What a sick outside line from Zink, but it was sadly not enough to make it. Maybe a small dirt wiggle would have like make it, but still Zink gets the 3rd place into that. Bresso gets 2nd and Johan in 10. So Johan, if he wants to survive, he needs to take a top 2. Otherwise, if he gets in bottom 2 in this, Johan gets bottom 2 in this round, he will be put into reverse finalist. So all the players are actually closing in on the danger zone a bit. Even Bits is only 29 points apart. 3 not that great rounds from him, and he's also set at the bottom. So So very, very close round so far. Johan as well is not too far off. Johan only 0.3, so it comes down to gear. You can save up to 0.5 potentially with a very good gear management if you manage to get the upper gear early and maintain it. Bits now it just increases the lead, but also Johan gets a sick exit speed out of that part. Bresso still in second place. Zink also wants to have a saying in this. Johan needs to get the top 2, otherwise he's in finalists. All Bresso and Zink risk the end, allow them to overtake, sending off Johan into bottom position. Bit secures another -3, just giving him that extra safety net, as Bresso is at 16 points, Zink is at 11, and Johan is now in reverse finalist. So potentially the final round for Johan. So all the main thing for Johan is just not to be last and potentially basically send his opponents, basically drain the other points to the finalists and then play them on pressure. That's not all done from Johan, but with that kind of start, it might even be it. He does get a bit more exit speed, but all comes on the gearing part. Most of the people at this stage of the tournament know how to maintain the gears properly. He went for the outside line, trying to get the upper gear early, but was not successful. Seems like Bits is currently leading, gets unlucky touch, and Johan crashes out. And I believe this might be it for Johan, as like the top 3 places are kind of set in stone. Both Bits and Zink went for the outside setup, but Zink touched the sun. Where's Johan? Where is Johan? Where is Zink? No, and Johan actually still got eliminated. Zink got a bit lucky at the end, but it's a GG's for Johan, as he will be ending the tournament with a top 8 finish at the very end. So just one more elimination. Zink at the moment is on the riskiest side, so if Zink gets first place in this round, he will get that extra round that he definitely needs. Bits currently leading, followed by Zink and Bresso in third, but still a pretty close round. Bit too much of an oversteer from Bresso's side. He does get a nice inside line though, get an extra grip, reducing their travel distance. A very close round so far. Zink really needs that first place in this round. Goes for the outside-inside approach. Still really even so far between all 3 of them. Only 0.1 difference so far. Small adjustment from Bits, but Zink gets still in the lead. Adjustment from Bits and also from Bresso, that a small release at the exit point. Seems like Zink is leading. No early touches from the awkward exit. It looks like Zink still, no, he touches. No, he still touched it and is not going to be able to maintain it, so he will be put into finalist. But it's still not over for Zink. He will be put in a finalist. But Bresso is also only on 4 points. So if he just needs to hope that Bresso also gets basically second or third and he is not last. So basically needs to either him or Bits win it. And Bresso to be last if we can go. I think that's something that Zink really announced. So, but as we're going on a new map, Rose Raid. Definitely more consistency-based map. Zink definitely now has the pressure up. But both Bresso and Bits have a tiny bit of a safety net. Bresso is not that safe. However, if Bresso does take first place, he will still have an extra round spare. While Bits has multiple now. So after this might be potentially the last map where we'll see everything unfold. As we're going to have the last 20 seconds of the warm-up. So this was a potentially deciding round on who the top 2 players will be from this match will be playing on stage tomorrow in the losers bracket final. The bottom, and the third place will be eliminated from the tournament. So at the moment, Zink is in that riskiest position. However, he still needs to deny both Bits and Bresso. So potentially final round for Zink. No silly mistakes so far. Are a bit of a shakiness coming with that additional pressure coming from Zink's side. He is 0.2 behind. A tiny bit of a gain was he's gotten. Didn't get the grip, so due to that, Bitzing does increase the lead. However, Bresso actually caught up with that since he made then a bit more extra speed in the transition. No silly mistakes from Bresso or Bitz. They actually have a very, very close round so far. Zink trying to push it, get extra speed, coming to the freewheel part. Really, really close. Maybe we'll see some crazy. No, not the best exit speed coming out, as there's a very close round between Bitz and Bresso so far. And seems like if someone wins the end, it seems like gonna be a solid round between both Bitz and Bresso with solid times as well coming from them. And that's gonna be a GG for Zink, and Zink will be eliminated from the tournament. So due to that, Bitz and Bresso will be playing tomorrow on stage in the losers bracket final. Was a very, very good round by both Bitz and Bresso at the very end. And due to that, we have known all the 6 players who will move on to day 2. So we have Mime, Deska and Forever from Poland. We have Auris and Bitz from Lithuania, and we have Bresso from Germany, who are the top 6 players at the event. Yeah, seems like people are kind of happy about their performances. Yeah, Bresso as well, Bitz as well. Zink is a bit disappointed because he was really, really close, but still congratulating each other with a pretty solid match. Yeah, sadly to that, Estonia will be out. We'll try to get them to come here for a small for interview with Bresso and Bitz as well. Can you call them to come here? Can you call them to come here? Yeah. Alright, so we'll have a small interview with Bitz and Bresso afterwards. As well. We could get Zink on as well afterwards for the 3rd place finish. You have to lean on the mic a bit, you know. But yeah, so how was your match? You're qualified for day 2, top 6. Yeah. How was it?
Well, it started out like, I thought I wouldn't have like that many problems, but I just started crashing more and more, and I thought, in the middle of match, I thought like, maybe I could go out actually. It didn't look that good for me.
But yeah, still you qualify for the top 6. How do you see yourself on doing in day 2, and how you feel like that you'll be playing on stage as well?
The opposition is gonna be like incredibly tough, so I'm hoping to get like maybe top 4 at best, but I don't think I can win, because the guys I've seen play today, they're incredibly fast and consistent. I don't think I can top them, but we'll see tomorrow.
Alright, so there was a very close fight between you and Bresso at the very end. How did it feel like that you saw that, for example, Zink had that mistake, and could you see also Bresso being a potential challenger also coming into day 2 as well?
Oh yeah, I think Bresso's consistency is what keeps him going, and he relies on the mistakes, and he's also fast on some maps. So yeah, the last round, it was like, I just wanted Bresso not to crash, because I saw we were both equal, and I saw Zink was like half a second behind. I was like, no, I don't want any more rounds. Let's just get this over with. And
all right, so yeah, congratulations on making it to day 2. Could you think you could potentially take it from the Polish guys? Potentially. There was a very, very close match.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before, but it depends how well they'll perform. I think I'm like at my peak right now. I don't think I'll get any faster, but who knows? Maybe a good night's sleep and things can turn out better tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, thank you for the interview.
Thanks.
And we'll soon have Bresso now coming on as well. So yeah.
I need to follow the Vinkers for this.
Yeah, you can come in closer.
Yeah.
So how is it you're qualified for day 2? What are you expecting? Like, how you're feeling now that you actually made it to day 2 in a very kind of close match, actually?
Yeah, it's very difficult, but I also think like the first time I got here, like had like 20 minutes to prepare at the PC, and at first I thought like, wow, I'm shaking way too much. And now I'm making it to day 2, I'm just happy, and whatever happens tomorrow, I'm just happy to be here. Really,
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
insane.
There was a very, very close match all from the beginning, and then to the end there was a bit of gap. But did you feel like that, oh man, this is going to be a really tense match, like from the beginning, not seeing like the points difference being just like, I think it was just 2 points from first to last, that's multiple points. So did you think that it will be really, really rough, but you still managed to make it? How do you see yourself performing in day 2?
Yeah, first of all, like from the beginning, you could really see it was going to be a very close match. Like when I saw we had like 76, 75, 74, and we were like, I don't know, like constantly like doing the same amount of mistakes. So I knew it would kind of come down to the last rounds. And yeah, just for day 2, I don't know really. I hope I can make it into the final, but I think it will be really, really tough. So I'm just happy really that I made it to the stage.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people really wanted to kind of like at least aim for the top 8, at least get to that on-stage start. But yeah, massive thanks, congratulations to making to day 2. And hopefully you'll get, maybe you'll snipe yourself into top 4 maybe as well. I think it would be a really awesome surprise.
Try to see what I can do.
Yeah. Maybe we could get also, yeah, thank you for the interview. Zink, come in. We'll get Zink as well on stage. Not on stage, on the interview. So sadly, you everyone with the winkers. So how do you feel like it was so close for you to make it to the on-stage day 2? How are you feeling in general about day 1?
I would say I'm still happy. I played way better than I expected, but still, that's just a really painful way to lose. Like, holy, I threw so hard on like Roskoe. It was painful. I had so much space. I still refused to release. I hit like the same pole like what 2 times in a row.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure. Like, how do you see yourself playing on such a pressure at LAN for the first time? You know, well, basically, yeah, first time basically.
Well, it's amazing. I love it. Still, kind of sad that it ended so early. Let's say.
Yeah, but still top 6 is not. Top 8 is not too bad as well.
It's not bad as well.
Yeah. So either way, who do you think will potentially take it tomorrow?
Who will? As much as I love the Baltics and being Estonian and all, I still kind of feel like the Polish people tend to take the podium instead.
I see.
It's like, well, my guess is still mine.
And between, let's say, Team Poland versus Lithuania and Germany, who do you think would have the most amount of participants in the grand final? Hard to say, right? I mean, there is Auris in the winners at the moment, and Bits and Brisso are in the lowers. There is a chance for a 50-50 or like 3 people as well. Or 3-1.
I want to say Lithuania still.
So
my mind stays with the Baltics.
So yeah, either way, so you're selling that, but we'll see how it's everything else. I would say the Polish guys are quite looking dominant, but we'll see how it turns out. Anyway, thank you for the interview. Yeah, that will be it for today. We had all the matches played out, so tomorrow it will be at 2 EEST. We'll be starting with the winners. Then immediately after that, we'll have the losers final, then the grand final to end off the whole event. We'll be starting at 14 EEST. That'll be the starting time, and all the matches will be played on stage at the venue. So yeah, thank you all for watching for this stream and for all the match. Hope you enjoyed. Also, hope you also stay tuned for tomorrow. That'll be it for it today. Thank you all for watching, and then see you tomorrow.